Arts program.
And I am Joanne Bondo from the Doctor in Business Administration program. We are truly honored to be your masters of ceremony for this very special occasion.
And today is a special moment for our graduate school community as we celebrate meaningful conversation and our shared commitment to growth and progress.
Before we get started, let's go over a few house rules to ensure a smooth, enjoyable, and productive program for everyone. Kindly keep your mobile devices on silent mode. Let us all be mindful of each other by avoiding unnecessary side conversations during the sessions.
Thank you for your cooperation. And for those of you at the back, may we please invite everyone to join us here in front so you can hear the program better. And thank you so much. At this moment, we invite everyone to all rise as we begin our program with an invocation followed by the singing of the Philippine National Anthem.
Let us bow our heads. Heavenly Father, your word reminds us that you guide the humble in what is right and teach them your way. Today, we choose to lay aside our personal agenda, pride, and the desire to simply be right, so that we may seek what is truly good and just. Guide our deliberations. Grant us the wisdom to see past the surface of complex issues. Where there's disagreement, allow clarity to prevail so that we may find paths forward that honor truth and justice. Teach us to listen. Give us ears to truly hear one another. May we speak with respect, deliberate with integrity, and remain open to perspectives that differ from our own. Unify our purpose. Remind us of the common goals that bring us to this table. Help us to lead and decide with courage, keeping the welfare of those we serve at the absolute forefront of our minds. We commit these activities today, our words and our decisions, into your hands. May our work today be marked by excellent stewardship, mutual respect, and a shared commitment to what is right. Amen.
Ay ang magiliw, perlas ang silanganan, alab na puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Upang hinirang, duyan ka ng mag-ibig, sa manlulubi, di ka pasisipin, sa dagat at puno, sa simoy at sa langit mong bakaw, may dilagang tula, awit sa pagkayang ikamahal, ang isak ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nakikinig, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may pag-ibig. Tuwanan malang ang walhang pagsinta, ay gamit sa piling mo. Ang ligaya ng may mga aking, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Thank you. You may now take your seats.
Thank you very much once again, and on behalf of the Philippine Women's University Graduate School and the Philippine Women's University Graduate School Student Council, it is our great pleasure to welcome you all in this today's General Assembly with the theme, Interdisciplinary Innovation, Integrating Digital Governance, Health, and Education.
We also extend our sincere appreciation to our school administrators, deans, program chairs, faculty members, and non-teaching staff. And of course, Our fellow graduate students, your presence makes this gathering all the more meaningful. As we officially begin the program, let us hear from visionary and artist, the Dean of the School of Fine Arts and Design, Dean Mervy Pueblo Farol.
Let's give her a big round of applause.
Good morning, esteemed faculty, the deans, program chairs, staff, our dynamic graduate students, and our graduate student council. So welcome to the first trimester graduate school assembly, General Assembly. And before we dive into today's program, I want to start a quick 10-minute exercise to check the room's energy. Don't worry, I'm not gonna ask you to run, okay? So I'm going to ask a simple question with two choices on screen, which we will be sharing soon. Let's wait for the slides. Okay. Is it on? Slide 2, please. So, all right. So, when you read or write a research paper, what do you want it to feel? I have two options. One option is the research that is highly technical, strictly formula, and purely intellectual exercise. That's option A. Option B, it feels alive. Research that is meaningful to you or to the society, compelling, and connected to the real human experience. So instead of answering out loud what you feel is closer to you, let's use our body language. Okay, so if your answer is option B, stand up. If it's option A, you can remain seated. All right? So there's no right or wrong answer here. We just wanted to make a feel of how you think what research is. Okay, so ready? 1, 2, 3. Wow, let's give everyone a warm round of applause. Wow, most everyone feels that research needs to feel more alive. So you may be seated, thank you. Great, so seeing many of us stood up together shows that we truly value, what we truly value as a graduate community. Yeah, that we value research that feels alive, that is connected to our real world. From our college education and early graduate studies, we are often trained to stay strictly within our academic realm, our academic silos, follow rigid formulas, and deliver cold technical data. And that is precisely why we're here today. My challenge to all of us this year is how do we take that solid technical foundation and move from option A to option B? How do we use interdisciplinary tools to make our work come alive and connect to human lives? Whether you stood up for option B or stayed seated in option A, here is the truth. Option A is where research starts, the rigor, the formulas, technical truth. But option B is where research goes to make a difference. Yeah? So to bridge that gap from cold data to real-world impact, we need more than just one set of tools. We need interdisciplinary innovation. So as you listen to our keynote speakers today, I invite you to keep this interdisciplinary lens in mind. Look for human stories, the real-world impact, and the opportunities where different fields intersect in your research. If your research stays within the confines purely within the four walls of your primary discipline, it would give only one piece of the much larger human puzzle. But real-world issues do not exist in isolated islands or silos. They are complex, interconnected, and at times messy precisely because it is human. Yeah, so if you're worried it might feel messy, it is expected when you do research, interdisciplinary research. So the true value of interdisciplinary research lies precisely here. It allows us to solve complex problems, drive innovation, and gain a holistic understanding of real-world issues by combining multiple fields of study in your research. So a warm research happens when we start guarding our disciplinary borders and start borrowing the best tools and insight from fields we weren't originally trained in. For example, hold on, my notes just died on me. Give me a moment. For example, in the mass communication area, oops. My apologies here. Okay. So you're a mass communication graduate student researching communication for a better governance. Okay. So if we stay only in the walls of mass communication, the paper remains on paper. But when they investigate this with the use of sociology, ethnography, political science, and to understand civic behavior, then conduct field work listening to how lay people actually receive information, and collaborate with graphic designers to craft effective messaging strategies, the research transforms. It moves from an intellectual exercise to a tangible tool that bridges communities and governance. Another example, you're a pharmacist in graduate school, right? Graduate studies doing pharmacy. And the pharmacy researcher creates a safe, effective medication that is inherently human and essential. Once that medicine exists, the research asks why some communities refuse to take it. Why is the price out of reach? How do health literacy or cultural belief affect compliance? How do we make production scalable and distribution viable for rural communities? To solve those real-world challenges, the pharmacist needs to borrow tools from business management, from health psychology, from behavioral economics, communication, and public health policy. So that's an interdisciplinary research. In our School of Fine Arts and Design, our MAFAD students don't just stay in their studio. They borrow tools from social workers, sociologists, ethnographers, historians, farmers, even farmers. If you see one of the work outside in the BESA TESFAD, the student need to learn how to plant rice. So, and industrial engineers, for example. By doing so, their capstone research becomes rich and deeply alive while humbly acknowledging that they are not experts on those tools that they borrowed. This creates an authentic impact, primarily in the visual arts and secondarily in society, without relying on empty heroics. So those are just examples of interdisciplinary research. This is the essence of our assembly's theme today: interdisciplinary innovation, integrating digital governance, health, and education. My invitation to each of our graduate students is simple. Expand your toolkit when you do your research. Borrow new perspective from other fields and look across disciplines. Don't just produce data. Tell the story with multiple perspectives and connect it to human lives. Talk to someone outside your field, in your department today from another school. Who knows, you might find a collaborator here in this room from another department, and you will be able to do a collaborative joint research with two unique papers. One for example, visual art, another would be for social work. So, and then you become co-authors on each papers. So today please use the breaks to network with other graduate students in this room, and make new friends, exchange LinkedIn profiles or mobile numbers, and be truly interested in what they do as students. No? So welcome to PWU, and have a wonderful assembly. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Dean Murphy. Indeed, research creates more impact when it's grounded with the people's live experiences.
Thank you once again, Dean Murphy. Indeed, let's always find humanity in every research endeavors that we do and always build solutions that truly make a difference. Thank you once again, Dean Murphy, for that moving remarks.
And now, to add a little excitement to our program, we prepared a short icebreaker activity for you.
And for the mechanics, may I please call on the Dean of School of Education and Arts and Sciences, affectionately known as a dancing dean, and leader who believes that education, passion, and joyful spirit go hand in hand. Let's give her a big round of applause.
Okay. Good morning to everyone and peace be to everyone. Okay. Okay. May I have my. Okay. Okay. Never mind the picture. Okay. May I have the slides now? But if you want, it's okay. Okay. Anyways, I would like to share with you, because Dean Murphy already have mentioned a while ago, is it something highly technical or something that is highly meaningful? Okay, this time, I would like to share with you, still on research, though it's an icebreaker, though I always break the ice in any event. And this one, I would like you to find out, for sure you know this already, but prescription, if we forget something, is that we have to be reminded of it. So, is it something that is highly factual, or is something that is highly mythical? Okay. You don't have permission to see this design. Okay. May I have my slides now? No, my PowerPoint, or else I'm going to sing. Or I'll treat it as my concert. Okay. It's there. You'd like me to sing? Do we have Chinese students here? I've already learned Chinese songs because of our Chinese students. Okay. 你问我爱你有多深? Okay, still no PowerPoint. I will finish the song. 我爱你有几分？我的情也真，我的爱也真，也冷的海表我的心。It's a household song in China. It means the moon represents my heart. So now I am representing the moon. Okay. Okay, do we have it now? Okay. Okay. Magbabayad na ako ng airtime. Okay. Okay, you can use my laptop here if you want. I can throw it there. Okay, anything can happen on a live show. Okay, you can use my laptop. I'll just read it from here. Okay, as I said, what I'm going to share with you are 10 points on something that is highly factual and something that is highly mythical. Okay, have you heard the word marites? Okay, I will ask you, is it marites or trulalu? Okay, please say marites. Okay, only, you don't know marites? They only, okay. Please say marites. Okay, if you want Maria Teresa. Okay, it's marites and then trulalu. Okay, if we say marites, you do it like this, just on your seat. Okay, that means it's all talk, chismis, chica, char. Okay, but if you say trulalu, you put up your both hands. Okay, and that means that's a yes. It's factual. Okay, so I coined it marites or trulalu. It's separating research myths from facts. Okay. Wala na yung timer. Okay, let's see. That's my avatar. That is Marites. Okay. A thesis title should always be as long as possible. Marites or Trulalo? Okay. Yung iba, gumaganon, tapos gumaganon. Does not say, no? In the Likert scale, that is number 3, does not say. Okay, I think most of you said Marites. Okay, let's see the answer. Yes, the answer is Marites. A good title is clear, concise, and informative. It's not necessarily long. Your title is not an abstract. It should be very informative. Okay, next question. If you do not find a research gap, you're probably not reading enough. Marites or Trulalo? Yung iba wala ba kayong mga kamay? Ayan. Okay. The answer is Trulalo. It means research gaps often emerge a thorough review of the literature. So if you haven't, that's why if I have an advisee would say the first step, okay, we've discussed already the topic and some of the possible questions, but I always advise you have to read a lot, no? Tons of literature related and even opposite with your topic. Okay? Next, third question. A rejected proposal can become an excellent thesis after revisions. Marites or Trulalo? Yung isa, dalawa kamay. Isang ganito, isang ganyan. Di ba? Ambivalent. Okay. Accepted na, sige. Okay. What is the correct answer? Trulalo. Sabi ng kamay, Okay. Many excellent studies begin with extensive revisions. Feedback is always part of the research process. So, please don't lose heart. Do not be disheartened if in the proposal stage, they have so many questions. And you felt that, oh my God, I have not slept for 10,000 years. And these are the questions that I'm going to get. I'm so, one time there was this student, and after the proposal, she was crying. So I went to her, and we cried together. And I told her, that happened to me also. But do not lose heart, or else you will stop there already. So continue. No? There would, failures would always be the first step to success. So go on. No? Gora bells lang tayo. Okay, next. If two journal articles disagree, let's say you have read many literatures, and you found out that two journal articles disagree, one of them must be wrong. Marites or Trulalo? Yung iba, ang baba ng kamay, hindi ko makita. Hindi ko alam kung nag-Hawaiian sa baba. Okay. Okay. Let us see the answer. Marites. Yes. I saw some people there, but you're correct. No? It's okay. So different methods, different contexts, different populations, and different perspectives can lead to many findings, varied findings. But our job as a researcher is to analyze why. And then you can already fill in the gap. Why? So that now is you're doing a great job. Okay, next question. Please bear with me, there are 100. Okay, reading only the abstract is enough to cite a journal article. Marites or Trulalo? Hindi ko alam yung iba kung pag gano'n, no? Parang pangbayanihan dancers. Okay, correct answer? Marites. Graduate researchers are expected to read beyond the abstract to understand the study's methodology, results, and limitations. Okay, there could always be limitations, no? Hindi only. No? So, if you have another topic relative to that, then another research. Okay, next question. The best research questions are usually simple to ask but difficult to answer. Marites or trulalo? Yung iba gumanon, tapos gumanon. Tapos yung iba kumaway na lang. Okay. Answer. Trulalo. Strong research questions are clear and focused, but they often require, like what Dean Mervid mentioned a while ago, they require rigorous investigation. No? You're like Sherlock Holmes here. We investigate. So you're like Dean Mervid was saying, if you're a comm graduate, which I am, no? Hindi naman obvious, di ba? And that could also be, peripherals could also be sociology, psychology, all the G, di ba? Could be included there. Okay, next question. Using AI, no? Using AI means you no longer need to think critically. Okay, Marites or Trulalo? Trying to become an AI. Okay, answer. Hello, AI. Marites. No? AI can support learning and writing, but critical thinking, analysis, and ethical judgment, these are still our responsibilities. Nothing can beat critical thinking. I think that even AI, no? We have to challenge also ourselves. Because everything now, sometimes, they write so well, but if you talk to them, how come they cannot answer? So critical thinking, still very, very important. Okay, I think it's second to last, I think. Sometimes the hardest part of research is deciding what not to include. Marites or Trulalo? Ayun, I'm so happy, even the technical staff there, ano? O sige, Patrick, one of my students, o sige, you're graded. Okay, what's the answer? Trulalo. Good researchers know how to narrow their focus and keep only what strengthens the study. Sometimes there are proponents, they would like to do a lot of things. So we told them, you'd like to become a chairman of the board of trustees here? Because there's so many, many topics. We'd like you to graduate, so focus only on the narrowest topic, and that's what you're going to work on. You will be guided by your advisor, for sure. Okay. Okay. Second to last. I've been saying second to last for 100 times already. Research is more about asking the right questions than having the right answers. Marites or Trulalo? Oh, I saw. Okay. Unanimous decision by the Board of Judges. Okay. Answer. Trulalo. Yeah, you're all very good. Meaningful inquiry is the foundation of graduate research. Okay. Next question. I think this is the last. Revising your manuscript multiple times is a sign of weak writing. Marites or Trulalo? Okay, answer. Oh, I'm so happy that technical staff are participating. Answer, Marites. Revision is a hallmark of good scholarship. Even experienced researchers revise repeatedly, right? Dr. Sornosa and Dr. Dasi and Dean Murby, we have revised 100 times already. Okay, so these are my references. So these are not all Marites. These are all Trulalo. These are factual, my references. And the last slide, going back to my face. Thank you and happy thesis writing and happy dissertation writing. Avoid plagiarism. Okay, thank you. That's my introduction. Okay. Okay, you know, we really have to grind. No? You know what's grind? Grind? Okay, grind. Oh, ang galing ni Mama. Sali ka dito. Grind. And after grinding with our research, no? Thousands of years grinding for research, and we can say, ooh la la. And that's our research. So we're going to grind and dance the ooh la la. Okay. My favorite advice. Just my advice with my master. Oh my God. Okay. That's not Marites, it's True Lalu. Ma'am, she was grinding a while ago. Ma'am, join us. Okay, sige na. Dean Murphy, join us. True Lalu to. May I request some volunteers? This is not Marites. Doc Mensch. Yeah, True Lalu. Representing AI. She's our Dean of IT. So, okay. Ang daming volunteers, ang dami kong volunteers. Okay. Okay. Yes, kahit na ano, di ba, in research, and you have to sweat it out first. Okay, may I have some volunteers? Marites lahat. Okay. Dean Murphy and Doc Mensch and Dr. Dasig. Sir, biglang natulog. Ang daya mo. Kanina gising ka sa Marites. Biglang nakatulog. Okay. Okay. Okay, may I have my maka? Ito pag maka, ano yan eh? Go. Dalawa kayo dito. Diba? I need backup dancers. Okay, you know yung... Okay, okay. So everybody please stand. Okay, please stand. You will see it after 1 hour. Okay. Okay, so these are the steps. Please join us here. Doc Mensch, we need AI representative. Okay. So you point like that, this, and then you grind. Ma'am, ang galing mo mag-grind. Dito ka, ma'am. Ma'am, naghanap ka pa. Ikaw yun, ma'am. Ikaw yun. Yes, ma'am. Okay, Doc Sam. Uy! Magpe-paint na lang siya kaysa sumayaw. Doc Sam. No, ma'am. No. Okay. If you're researchers, you should be able to do everything, no? To pass to get the interviewers. Okay, so you do. Nagtago bigla si marketing manager. Miss Nally. O sige na nga. Baka... Okay, so you point like this. Point to your left. O sige, wait. Mga 3 hours, ma'am. Okay na. Okay. Paki-off yung yung para wala silang gagayahin. Let us see. Diba? Okay. So you point this one and then grind. Parang mas okay yung Marites sa inyo. Diba? Kesa sa grind. And then you point to your right. And then grind. Magandahan nyo naman yung grind. Para naman kayong Meralco dancers. Mga poste ng Meralco. Ano ba yan? Ibababa na nga ang system loss, kaya babaan ng Okay, and then point your two, whatever, your 2 hands, and then grind. And then like that. And then grind. O, sige na. Diyos ko, yung grind nyo talaga, hindi maibali. You're sure you will pass, You should be able to grind your research. And then, ulala, like that. Dean Murphy, sama. Yung tuhod daw niya. And then, like this, Hawaiian. It's like pearly shells, like your Marites a while ago. Okay, maestro, nawala na si Doc Sam, nagtago. Okay. Okay, from the top. From the top, maestro. Bayad ko to. Uy, dito ka, ma'am, para makita kayo. Para may audience impact. Sawa na sila sa akin, ma'am. Okay, ready? May I have a loud audio, please? Okay, ready? Okay. 2. you so much. Thank you, thank you. So let's grind on our research, and after a while, we'll say, ooh la la, in our graduation day. Thank you so much. Maraming salamat po. God bless.
Ayun, thank you very much, Dean Padua, for that very nakakahingal na dance number. So, at this point, we now turn to a segment that is of great importance to every student, especially those who are just starting their journey here in Philippine Women's University.
We will now hear from the Office of the Registrar, Ms. Maureen Venus E. Hardio, as she discusses important policies, guidelines, and reminders essential to every student. A big round of applause, please.
Let us all sit back and watch this presentation by Ms. Hardio. Thank you very much.
Good day, esteemed faculty, respected administrators, and dear graduate students. This is Maureen Venus Hardio, welcoming you to our Graduate School General Assembly. In this assembly, we will discuss essential information regarding graduate school requirements for both Filipino and foreign students. This includes admission requirements, how to process the student visa, and academic guidelines. Our goal is to ensure that all students are well informed and prepared to meet the standards of graduate education. For your guidance, the complete list of requirements is available on the official website of the Philippine Women's University at www.pwu.edu.ph. Here is the homepage. Let me also clarify that the certificate of transfer credential are required even if you have already graduated from your previous school. We strongly encourage everyone to personally hand carry the return slip to their previous institution to help facilitate and expedite the request for the transcript of records with remarks copy for PWU. Kindly note that the PSA merit certificate is required for female students only when applicable. Please be informed that all students will not be able to take the comprehensive exam and enroll thesis, dissertation, case, and policy paper for non-thesis program unless all requirements are met or complied. For student visa and ACR I-card, please be advised that the processing of student visa and ACR identity card typically takes around 2 to 3 months. The processing fee is approximately 14,500 pesos for conversion and 17,000 pesos for extension, depending on the prevailing dollar exchange rate at the time of payment. Please also note that the student visa is valid for 1 year. Application for student visa conversion is 1 month from the start of regular enrollment as per PWU school calendar. For foreign students, may apply for visa extension at least 1 month before it expires. Enrollment will be canceled for foreign students who do not hold a valid student visa. Foreign students may be subject to downgrading under these circumstances: expired student visa, non-enrollment for 2 consecutive terms, and receiving failing grades. Clearances. Comprehensive examination clearance. Ensure that all academic and admission requirements are completed before securing this clearance. Proposal and final defense clearance. Once officially enrolled, you may obtain the clearance form from your department. Graduation clearance. After the grades for your final term are encoded, a graduation clearance will be issued. Once the graduation clearance is completed, your graduation documents will be processed accordingly. Let me introduce the different staff members who are responsible for managing the various programs. I handle the School of Nutrition, Philippine School of Social Work, and Conrad de Benitez Institute for Business Education. Miss Emily Buliser handle the School of Nursing, Hospitality Management, and Pharmacy. Mr. Jason Ilaran handled the School of Arts and Sciences, Music, Fine Arts and Design, Medical Technology, HCB School of International Relations and Diplomacy, Food Science and Technology, Education, and Tourism. Ms. Amy Espiritu is our Foreign Student Coordinator and Liaison Officer. If you have concerns, feel free to email us or see us at the Registrar's Office. Kindly take note of these important details, which will help you guide you throughout your graduate studies. Once again, welcome and thank you for being part of this assembly.
Thank you, Ms. Hordio. So moving on, our next topic is a crucial guide for students as they navigate the path to earning their advanced degrees.
And to provide us with guidance on these academic requirements, we are privileged to be joined by the Director of Graduate School Studies, and the GSSC Advisor, Dr. Emerita Serna. So let's give her a big round of applause. Maraming salamat.
Thank you very much for that a wonderful introduction. Good morning, everyone. Can any raise of hands who joined the General Assembly for the first time? Oh, so welcome to PWU. You are all very excited, I'm sure, hearing all this information for this event. Now, I am Emerita Sornosa, the Director of your Graduate Studies, and I am available in the office at Cluster 5 every Saturday only because I'm a part-time employee. Now, the objective of my part in this event is to inform and provide the mission, vision, and the policy of the graduate students. Share you the requirements to graduation and the online submission of thesis and dissertation. And to address all concerns, provide you a platform for student concerns and suggestions about your programs. Don't be afraid or be courageous enough to tell what you want from PWU. Now, let me repeat you and remind you of the vision of PWU. PWU is a leading university recognized for its excellence in teaching, research, delivery of transformative, inclusive, and affordable education. I hope it is clear. Any question? Okay, for the mission, PWU is a learning educational institution in the Philippines committed to improving lives through transformative and inclusive education that treasures excellence, spirituality, family values, heritage, and community service and citizenship. The core values, this is only for you to read. And this is available in our Graduate Studies Handbook, which is under for revision and updating. We'll provide it to you within the term. Next slide, please. Now, the policy that we use here in PWU Graduate Studies is we are encouraged to use English as a medium of instructions within the PWU community. and the policy on plagiarism for any research or reports that you are having. And the idea is not coming from you, it's coming from other researcher or other writers. You need to mention as a reference. And the policy of inclusion. We welcome all students, whether you are a different nationality, different culture, or different from where you are, you are all welcome. Data privacy policy. For the data privacy policy, we protect all your personal data as we are to protect your data policy, your data. And the delivery of instruction should be a blended learning style, wherein we have face-to-face and we have also the online or the blended learning style. For grievances procedure, you can refer to the PWU Institutional Student Manual. The school calendar. We have started last July 4 and will end on September 26 for the first trimester. The one trimester composed of 13 meetings with 4 blended research and 9 face-to-face meetings. The next written comprehensive exam for those who are about to do the research would be October 10, 2026. The second trimester. Second trimester will start on October 17 and will end on February 6, 2027, composed of 13 meetings, 9 face-to-face, and 4 blended research. And another WC schedule would be on February 20, 2027. On the third trimester, it will start on February 27 and will end on June 5, 2027. The third schedule for this school year of WCE would be June 19, 2027. Okay, your graduation life journey. Will be first, yes, you are now enrolled. Note that you have to submit all the general admission requirements and approval to the registrar that is mentioned by our registrar a couple of minutes ago. And then completion of academic program curriculum with a minimum cumulative weighted average and residency requirements. You have passed the WCE or written comprehensive exam and submitted annotated bibliography for you to be qualified to do your proposal defense. Then after that, you do the research writing. The student will submit a concept proposal. The dean will assign a research writer advisor, or you can suggest who you prefer to be your advisor. Passing the pre-oral defense and before the data gathering, ensure that the recommendations and approval are available for you to do not waste time. And then passing the final defense. Then next is the final review and approval of your research paper. All suggestions and recommendations of your assigned reviewers, panelists, and advisor should agree to your final research writer. Both defenses, the students need to submit signed application forms and clearances as mentioned by our registrar and the manuscript 10 days before your actual defense. Email the final soft copy of your student to Dean's inbox, who will upload the file to thesis.dissertation@pwu.edu.ph. No more CD submission. Then, submission of 2 student copy, one for the library, the hardbound, with signed approval sheet to the school dean. After validation and verification, the school dean will send an acknowledgement email to complete the Google form provided to your email for final compliance. Submission of abstract and publication format to the rdo@pwu.edu.ph with the file format of your abstract of PWU school family name.doc. Then congratulations, you have done all your compliances. That means you can now apply for your graduation. Now, this is the things that you have to consider. For the master's program, completion of your academic requirements. Next slide, please. Completion of your academic requirements for master's degree should not exceed 5 years from the start of your entry to the program, and failure to complete, you need a refresher course of 9 units. For doctoral's degree, completion of academic requirements not to exceed 7 years from your school year of entry to the program, and failure to complete, a refresher course of 9 units is required. May I get the raise of hands who is now in master's degree? In doctorate degree? Okay. Now, next slide, please. The comprehensive examination. The comprehensive examination is aimed to test the graduate student's mastery of the discipline or area of expertise acquired in the program of study. How to compute the WCE grade? For master's program, 50% will come from your 45 annotated bibliography, 15 each of your 3 program of specialization. Note this to be submitted a week before the comprehensive exam or on the last day of your current term. And another 50% would be coming from the written integrative examination based on your article or case or annotated bibliography, journal, or research that you have provided. Requirements to WCE: completion of all your coursework from your program of study and obtaining accumulated weighted average of 2.0 for master's degree and 1.75 or higher for doctoral degree. Now, for doctoral's program WCE grade, it is computed like 50% of your 90 annotated bibliography, 30 each of your 3 areas of specialization. I request from the day 1 of your entry to your course or your program, please try to read at least 1 a day research so that you can understand how our research being made. We have so many guidelines, and previous speakers have also give you some hints and tips on how to do it. Hope you will not get a hard time doing your research. Then 40% of the written integrative examination based on your article or case study or journal or research that you have submitted. And then 10% would be the submission of your course syllabus. Now, next slide, please. This is the form that you have to fill up when you are doing or applying for your oral defense. Next slide, please. Wow. There is a form that you have to fill up as well for the written comprehensive exam. Before you can take the actual examination, you need to accomplish 10 items. It is stated in the form on step by step on how you will accomplish the clearance form. Next slide, please. Upon passing the completion of your research paper, you need to email your research paper with this content and file name, like the example of the file name that you have to use. And the next slide, please. The general requirements for graduation. Completion of your curriculum based on your program of your study, and then passing the written comprehensive exam, submission of 2 hardbound, and submission of the abstract in publication format, payment of university fees. The next slide, please. Okay, this will be provided in your student handbook, the link, the student guide on your online thesis and dissertation submission. There are certain formats that you have to follow. We warmly welcome everyone, and I am very happy that we are more attendees today, and in the same way, your presence here is very much appreciated. So let me leave you with this saying that the bird does not sit on the branch of a tree because it trusts the branch, but it sits there because it trusts its own wings. Hope you can do that the same. So if you want to contact me, there is my email address, emsornosa@pw.edu.ph, and you can contact my telephone number. Anytime you are welcome to raise your concerns, your problems, your issues, or any suggestions for improvement. Thank you and welcome everyone.
Once again, Doc Sornosa. And before we proceed with the next segment, we'd like to first acknowledge the presence of Doc Dasig from the RDO, Research and Development Office, Doc Menchita Dumla from the Ethics Review Board, Doc Jacqueline De La Cruz from Program Chair of School of Education, and Dean Murphy, of course, would just give her welcoming remarks earlier. And also, you can check out our PWU website where you can find all of the resources presented earlier. Thank you.
We now turn our attention to another essential aspect of student life, the library, where you can get all essential resources for learning and research.
And to brief us on its policies and resources, we are pleased to welcome our University Librarian, Dr. Carmina Hoson. Let's give her a big round of applause.
Hello. Good morning. Hi. All right. Okay. Welcome to PWU Libraries. So once again, good day. On behalf of the Philippine Women's University Library, I would like to welcome all of you to Philippine Women's University. Today, introduce you to the service, facility, collections, and online resources available to our library, whether you are attending classes on campus or online. The library is here to support your academic journey. By the end of this orientation, you will know how, where to find learning resources, how to access our electronic databases, and how our librarians can assist you throughout your studies. So PWU has several libraries that serve different academic needs of our students. Our main library, officially known as the Ramona S. Tirona Memorial Library, serves as the university's central library. We also have specialized departmental libraries like the Graduate School Library, Science Library, and the High School Library. Each library houses collections that support the programs and courses offered by the university. Regardless of your college or department, our librarians are always ready to help you locate the information you need. Okay, our library's mission is to develop a world-class collection of information resources that help produce competent professionals and future leaders. Our mission is to provide a quality library resources, a conducive learning environment, and efficient library services that support instruction, learning, and research. Of course, we are open Monday to Saturday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. with no noon break. So we encourage everyone to make the library one of your regular study spaces throughout the semester. Behind every library service is a dedicated team of librarians and library staff. Each one has a specific responsibilities such as acquisition, cataloging, circulation, reference services, the head of the science library, high school library, and the library automation. You may take a picture of that the team so that you would know whose librarian you would email. If ever you have questions about finding books, accessing online resources, citing references, or conducting research, please don't hesitate to approach any member of our team. You may contact us through our email, Facebook page, or telephone numbers on this slide. Aside from our printed collections, PWU subscribes to several electronic resources that you can use for your assignments, research papers, and thesis. We have the ProQuest, TriTech Digital Media, Gale, and the Wiley Online Library. Some databases are accessible both on and off campus, while others are available only within the university network. And these resources contain scholarly journals, e-books, research articles, and other academic materials that are far more reliable than ordinary internet searches. Now, how to avail? To request access to our electronic resources, simply send us an email. Of course, you need to include your enrollment assessment form, online enlistment, and also the portal main menu. You may send your request either to the university librarian or directly to the PWU library email. Once your enrollment is verified, you will provide you with the necessary access credentials. To provide faster assistance, each academic school has an assigned librarian, depending on your college or program. You may directly contact the librarian assigned to your department, and this allows us to respond more effectively to your concerns regarding database access, research assistance, literature searching, reference services, and e-books and online journals. Please, don't hesitate to email us or the assigned librarian whenever you need assistance. And there we have the ProQuest 5,000 special collection. Okay, there. It contains our over 14,000 scholarly journals with more than 10,000 available in full text. And this database is an excellent source for research articles, peer-reviewed journals, theses and dissertations, and academic publications. To access it, simply visit the website. Log in using the library account provided upon request and begin searching for your topic. And the next slide would show how to access ProQuest. Just click log in through your library and then select ProQuest account. Enter the username and password provided by the library. Once logged in, you can search thousands of academic resources. Okay? And this is especially useful when writing research papers, thesis, and dissertations. Another one, we have the TriTech Digital Media in our online ebook platform. Currently, the library provides 247 ebooks covering various disciplines such as education, nursing, hospitality management, tourism, psychology, information technology, social work, food science, and communication arts. These ebooks can be accessed remotely anytime after logging in using the credentials provided by the library. Okay, then we have also the TriTech demonstration on how you can access. Simply sign in, enter your account credentials, and then open My Books. You can browse available ebooks according to subject or search directly for a title. This platform is particularly useful whenever printed copies are unavailable or when you need to study from home. And then lastly, we have the GALE, Virtual Reference Library. This database provides multidisciplinary ebooks suitable for almost every academic program. Whether you are studying business, education, nursing, social sciences, GALE offers reliable reference materials that can strengthen your research. Access is simple. Just enter the provided password after opening the GALE website. And this is the slide that demonstrates how to browse directly for ebooks related to your research topic. Okay? So let us now take a quick tour of our main library. Sana naman na pumunta na kayo sa library. Sino sa inyo naka-visit na sa library? Of course, Din Padua. Please, visit our library. Okay? So here you can find the online public access catalog. Siguro naman you are familiar na with it. At syempre, nung high school kayo, siguro inabutan nyo pa yung traditional card catalog, di ba? Yung, oh wow, o di ba? Naku, wag naman kayong ganyan, nagpapahalata kayo. Kasi nga, now we have the online public access catalog. Uy, naka-computer na tayo ngayon, ha? Hindi na yung card catalog na titingnan mo by author, by title, and by subject. akala nyo, di ba? Ano na rin tayo ngayon? Di naman kami naiiwang mga librarians and the library itself. Okay? So, of course, in this university, we have the graduate school library. Oh, na-visit nyo na ba? Kasi nga, sabi nga ni Dr. Sornosa, sa ayaw at sa gusto nyo, talagang gagawa kayo ng thesis. So yung mga tapos na mga thesis and dissertations are housed in the graduate school library. Ayan, nasa graduate, yeah, there. Okay, yung graduate school library natin, it is in the mezzanine floor. Makita nyo, maganda, promise. Sige na, visit nyo na habang andito kayo. And then, don't forget to buy, meron kaming dyan. Open na po yung aming book sale. Naku ma'am, bili po kayo, 20 pesos lang. If you, opo, buy one, take one, 40 pesos lang. And buy one, take two, 60 pesos lang. Buy five, 100 lang. Please, bili na po kayo. Malay nyo, makakita kayo ng doon, ng jowa. Okay. All right. Okay. We also have the science library, primarily support students enrolled in science-related programs like such as pharmacy, nursing, and medical technology. We have also specialized collection on Philippiniana and Rizaliana. May big news naman ako sa inyo. Siyempre, siguro, kung aakyat kayo, hindi nyo na makikita yung science library kasi nakapila na po siya para i-renovate. So, temporarily, tinransfer muna namin yung aming collections ng science and Philippiniana. Okay, there. Thank you. That concludes our library orientation. We hope you will make full use of your libraries, of the library's facilities, collections, and electronic resources throughout your stay at PWU. Remember, pakitandaan na lang po the library is more than just a place to borrow books. It is your partner in learning. Huwag niyo namang alisin pa. Andiyan ang internet, sasabihin niyo sa amin. Pero sigurado ba kayo doon? Siyempre mag-rely kayo doon sa mga binibili nating mga databases. Kasi authoritative kasi yon. Ano po? And if you have any questions, feel free to visit us. Call us, email us, and message us through our official Facebook page. So once again, welcome to PWU, and we wish you a successful and meaningful academic journey. Thank you and have a wonderful day ahead. Bisitahin niyo po yung book sale namin, Iuwi niyo na lahat. Thank you.
Thank you so much once again, Dr. Carmina, for gracing us today.
Thank you once again, Dr. Hawson, and your feedback matters. You can scan the QR code. Can you please go back to the other slide, please, for the QR code, and you can scan the QR code and share your thoughts with us. Thank you. We'll give you a minute or two to scan the QR code. Thank you.
So moving on, our next topic focuses on Google Workspace for Google Classroom, an essential platform that supports communication and collaboration within the PWU community.
And we will also discuss the ethics review, one of the crucial aspects of maintaining the quality and integrity of scholarly research.
To discuss these topics, allow me to call the Program Chair of the Information Technology Program Chair, the head of PWU Technology Integration and chairperson of the PWU Ethics Review Board, Dr. Menchita F. Dumlao.
Let's give her a big round of applause.
Hello, good morning to everyone. So I will be discussing two parts. So here now, first will be the Google Workspace, which is our technology platform. communication platform. So, okay, next slide.
Good day to everyone. I
Okay.
am Dr.
Yun pala yung
Mansita F.
recording.
Dunlao, Head of Technology.
Okay na. Okay. So first, for everyone, you can access the Google Workspace by using your PW email. So each one of you is provided your PW email, which will give you access to all the apps in Google Workspace. Okay, next slide. So these are the different operating systems that you can use to access. So almost all operating system works for Google Classroom. So if you're a Mac user, it works on Safari, and also for Android or Windows operating system, you can access it by using the browser Firefox, Chrome, Edge, or Opera. So there's no problem in terms of any particular operating system. You can access the Google Workspace. So the steps for accessing your Google Workspace is very easy. So as you can see here now, this is the login. So all your login credentials, username and password, they are provided to you. So some of you are new students. So I know most of you have accessed your PW email and password, and there is a default password given by our IT department, and you are also advised to change your password like every 3 months, and that is for your own security. And there is also a default two-factor authentication. So it means that you always need to have your phone with you whenever you need to log in to a new device. So it's very important that you always have your cell phone for the two-factor authentication. Next. Okay. So Google Classroom. So Google Classroom is our learning management system. Okay. So this is where you can find the lessons, assignments, and all the things that all your professors ask you to do. So you can access Google Classroom. For example, you are in your email. So there is an icon. So that is what we call the Google Apps icon. So it's the 9 dot, which looks like a square. So you just click on it, and then you will find all the different apps. So you can click the Google Classroom app or Google Classroom icon to be able to access your Google Classroom. Okay, next slide. So this is an example of a class of a certain student. So you can see here, there are there are six classes. So each of the classes that you enroll should appear in your Google Classroom. So for now, I think the deadline of enrollment is not yet over. Okay? So most of students, when they enlist, you will automatically have access to your Google Classroom and all the materials that your teachers uploaded will be visible to you. But of course, here we have a policy in PWU. Those enlisted, you can access it. But if you were not able to have your official enrollment, like you have a down payment or full payment, and the deadline of enrollment come, then you will notice that your Google Classroom access to a certain course or all course will be inaccessible. So please make sure that before the date of the deadline of enrollment, you can have at least a down payment. Okay, so you will have continuous access to the Google Classroom. Okay, next. Okay, tapos na pala yung Google Classroom. Okay, thank you. So now I will proceed to the ethics review committee. So I am the chairperson of the research ethics, which is part of your journey, just like what Dr. Sornasa have discussed, your journey towards your success, particularly in your thesis writing. Okay? Okay, next. So I will discuss three important, kasi sobrang dami ng mga policy ng research ethics review. But I will just focus on three important things, okay, which you need to know. So the first one is our standard operating procedures. So we have devised our policies in terms of review of your researches. So as we know, research ethics review is concerned particularly on securing the rights of human respondents. So we make sure that we don't violate human rights in all aspects. But of course, not only that, especially with the emergence of artificial intelligence, we also look into the integrity of the researches. Especially the use of artificial intelligence in writing your manuscript or doing all parts of your research. And then second are the requirements for ethics review. And of course, the review workflow. So you need to understand. So I know that many students find it matagal, okay, or it takes too long for us to finish the review. It's because, okay, I will explain to you later the very strict process in terms of research ethics review. Okay, next slide. So we have new standard operating procedures. The Ethics Review Board do a review of our SOP every year, okay, because we are guided by the Philippine Health Ethics Review Board, which is the institution of our country who monitor the research ethics, proceedings of all researchers in the Philippines. And we need to upgrade all our policies with regards and in compliance to FREB. Okay, so now we have revised our SOP. Formerly, we only have 6. That was in 2020. But now, we have a total of 27 standard operating procedures. So it's because the FREB have required us for our accreditation. So now we are applying for level 2 accreditation of the PW Research Ethics Board. And that's the reason why we really need to comply with the standard operating procedures. Okay, so next. Okay, so there are different components here. Actually, this is very long, but I will make it really quick. So the first standard, I will not discuss all the 25, I will just focus on what's relevant for now, which are the things which are, relevant to the students. So first is the ethical review applications. So you need to comply with standard forms. So I think it's like 3 or standard forms that you have to fill up. And then since we need to have a seamless and more efficient way of submission, you need to use the Google form intended for the submission of the research ethics, requirements. So it is, there are some students who submit to me in email. So I always reply to them, please use the Google form. Okay, the reason why is our review is 50% automated. Okay, in which if you submitted on the Google form, your requirements will automatically be forwarded to the reviewer. So it is a must that you use that Google form, because if not, our reviewers will not be able to access all the documents that you submitted. Okay? Okay, next slide. So these are the different SOP. If you want this slide, you can request Dr. Sornosa to know. So we have selection and appointment of REC member, designation of REC, appointment of independent consultant, expedited review, full review. So I will focus on that instead of, discussing all the 25. It's relevant for all students. So there are 2 types of review that the Ethics Review Board is doing. One is expedited, and then the other is full review. So question, alin yung mas matagal? Which one takes longer? The full review. Okay? The full review will take like 3 to 5 months. Okay, why? Because the full review is a kind of review in which all the Ethics Review Board should meet face-to-face. And they need to have a meeting. So it is because, a lot of people here in PWU are all busy. So, yeah, really busy. Even if I try to find ERB members who are not busy, but unfortunately, they are all busy. Like Ma'am Mina, okay. Well, by the way, I will discuss to you the new composition of the ethics review. So, it depends on one person's availability, and that's why if we can, we try to avoid the full review. Okay, so full review are those researches which needs, let's say for example, it has vulnerable respondents, like kids or victims of AIDS or victims of, those things, indigenous people. Okay, so we need to have a meeting for that, in which the ERB is like quarterly meeting or sometimes biannual meeting. So it's really it takes too long. So that's why most of our review in ERB are expedited review. Okay, so expedited review is like a referendum. For example, we can just send it through the Google Sheet. That's why if you submit on Google Form, it will automatically be forwarded to the reviewer. Okay, that is to avoid mistakes, because based on my my experience, when I was the chair, or I am the chair, still chair now, and the secretary at the same time. So I'm the secretary and the chair. So, with the flooded email, it's really hard for me to monitor all the submissions. So that's why the Google form is a very big help for me. And it automatically forwarded the documents to our reviewers. So the expedited review is a referendum in which the reviewers are given 5 days to review. So I will wait for these two reviewers, I will wait for them for 5 days, sometimes more than 5 days, okay, to finish the review. And then as the chair, I will decide based on the results of their review. Okay, so alongside, there's still so many things that happen on the background, like archiving. As you know, our standard operating procedure for archiving is like 4 SOP, which we need to follow very strictly. Okay. Okay. So next. So these are the requirements for ethics review. So ERB form number 15. So that is the application for ethics review of a new protocol. So when you say protocol, it's your research proposal. Okay? We review research proposal only. We don't review researches which are already done. So I have experienced that many times. Students need to publish a paper, and the publication company needs an ethical review. But the paper is already done. So in that case, the ethics review committee cannot review it. Why? Because it's already done. The one that we review are only proposal. So there are some instances that students are asking, Ma'am, we don't have a respondent. We don't have a human respondent. So do we need ethical review? So if you are, for me, our principle is if you're in doubt, just review. Okay? For some reasons, like in our grad school, all grad school students are required to publish paper. It's a requirement for you before you graduate. It's a requirement of your graduation, aside from your thesis. So I always advise, if that's the case, our advice to students is do the ethical review, even if you don't have a respondent. Okay? It's because there are also other things that we look into in your paper. For example, the AI, if it, the content for AI, the management of your data, how you choose your respondents, how you compute your number of respondents. Those are the things that we look into, okay, to make sure that your research has integrity, okay, not just in the writing process, but of course in the data collection. Okay, next is ERB form, pakibalik sa previous slide. Next is ERB form number 28. It is the document checklist. And then certificate of approval of manuscript revision. So we want to make sure that the protocol or chapter 1 and 2 that you submitted is approved after revision. Okay, so when you do your proposal, your panel will ask you to revise. So you need to submit the one that's revised. Okay? Not the one that you presented during your proposal defense. Okay? That is to minimize the issues that we will be able to find when we review it. Okay? And then, informed consent form. So this is the most important part of the ethical review. Informed consent form, this is a document in which you have to let your respondent understand what you are doing in your research, why will you collect data, their participation in the data collection, and make sure that they are voluntarily participating in the research, and there's no forcing. Okay? So we have a template that you can use, but if you want to develop or create your own informed consent form, then you can do it the way that you like it. Okay? And then, of course, the receipt. And then the manuscript, approved protocol, data collection instrument. We also look into the data collection or the questionnaire, and then the CV, and then the proof of anti-plagiarism. Okay? So there are so many software applications that you can use for plagiarism. So in Google Classroom, there is a free plagiarism generate. You can check the plagiarism in the Google Classroom if you don't have the subscription like for Turnitin or any other kind of anti-plagiarism software. So we also look into the AI-generated content. Okay, so this is the policy. I think I will take very long time for this issue. So what will you do to be able to declare how much of your manuscript is AI generated? So even in other countries, there is no particular policy, are you going to use AI or not? So the stand of PWU is, even if we say you can't, but you will still do it. Okay? We admit the fact that we use AI, but we have to use it responsibly. Okay? In the ethical, in ARB, this is what we require. In Chapter 2, under ethical consideration, you have to declare how much you use AI. Okay? Maybe you can have a table there and then put the page number, paragraph number of those content which are AI generated. Okay? Another column, why you use AI. What AI application did you use? Okay? So, since we cannot prevent it, it's important that we at least use it to guide us, but not to fully, like 100% of your manuscript is AI generated. So it is the responsibility of the researcher, if anything or if any complaint happen, let's say from other countries or any plagiarism issues happen, it is the responsibility of the students because you are going to declare how much and which part of your manuscript is AI generated. Okay? In terms of citation, we cannot cite AI. Okay? Because there are two main reasons that we do the citation. Okay? We want to credit the person in which, we use his or her idea. Second, that person is also responsible for whatever he writes. But we cannot make AI responsible or accountable because it's AI, it's not human. So, instead of citing it like Dumlao 2020, something like that. So, what you just need to do is to cite it or to declare it in Chapter 2 under ethical consideration, and then list down all the parts, including the paragraph number or page number, in which you can say it is part or AI generated. Okay? Okay, next. Okay, so there are steps that you need to follow in the ethical review submission. So I have a document there. You can ask your AA or the dean for the list of requirements and the steps. There are 3 main steps. So number 1 is the ethical the requirements, and then number 2, sections needed in Chapter 2. I noticed this, and most of the papers that we review recently lacks this, yung Section 2. Sections needed under Chapter 2 under ethical consideration. I noticed that students are just putting their 1 or 2 paragraph under the ethical consideration. But you really have to focus on that part. There is an outline that I give in that document in which you need to follow all the different ethical consideration. I think that's A to AAA. So, ganun siya kahaba, okay? So, including, all the aspects, integrity, confidentiality, and all the things, you have to put it and discuss it in Chapter 2. Okay? Next. Okay, so these are the requirements. You can have this document, okay? You can have this document emailed to you by your AA, okay, or your dean, okay? So I think I have discussed it. Okay, next. Okay, so this is the outline for ethical consideration. This is what I'm saying. What you need to put in your Chapter 2 under ethical consideration. So medyo madami. That's why binabalik ko yung mga applications nyo. Pero since we are constrained with the time, I gave you the ethical review certificate, but I have a comment there, okay? Approve with minor revision because you need to revise Chapter 2. Although I already gave the students the certificate of ethical review, which means you can proceed with your research because the process is you cannot start the data collection if you don't have the ethical clearance or the certificate. So since, yung balik-balik ng mga email, balik-balik, okay, it really takes time. So I just issued the certificate, but I have a colatilla in your certificate, approved with minor revision, which you need to put this, okay? I have to discuss it one by one. Assessment of risk, benefit to the respondents of the proposed research, including privacy issue, okay? Protection of privacy and confidentiality, including data protection. Vulnerability of research participant, risk of study, benefit of respondent, patient-related compensation, informed consent, terms of reference of collaborative study, terms of available study-related insurance, inclusion criteria, exclusion criteria, withdrawal criteria, vulnerability of respondents, recruitment, process, assent, incentive or compensation, community consideration, collaborative study, integrity of research proposal manuscript. So, itong letter S, integrity of proposal research manuscript, this is the one that's concerned with your AI-generated content. Okay, next slide. Okay, so researcher must discuss that AI was not used to falsify, fabricate, or plagiarize research proposal. Final manuscript, data collection instruments, and other related materials. So you need to have the report for AI-generated content assessment and plagiarism or similarity index report, and it must be described as attachment, okay? Together with the research ethics review certificate, okay? Then transparency. So how will you explain transparency? How will you do this in your manuscript? You have to declare. Let's say, I declare that, because it means you make yourself responsible for it. Okay? Transparency. The role of AI in research must always be clearly disclosed following specific components. Must be discussed. Okay, what are those components? What AI applications were used? Which part of the manuscript were AI generated? So you can describe the sections and the page. Why AI? Why? Okay, you have to answer why. Why AI application, what was used? And what are the advantages and disadvantages? And of course, next section, accountability. Researcher must declare that as human researcher, he will bear ultimate responsibility for AI-assisted outcomes. As I've said, it is your responsibility because you cannot make AI responsible. So anything that you put in your manuscript, even if it is AI-generated, it's your responsibility. Alam ko na na-experience nyo yun, no? Let's say, I will say, please give me a review of related literature about artificial intelligence. Wow! 2 minutes, meron kang RRL. Okay? Check mo yung author. So, sorry, hindi siya real author. Fake author. So you're going to have a problem with that. Why? Because how can you put an RRL in your manuscript without a citation? Okay? So that's the thing that you need to think about. Equity and fairness. A researcher must declare that AI did not promote or perpetuate discrimination or exclusion. And then, next, sustainability. Research must declare the social and environmental impacts of AI technology. Okay? Next. Okay? Meron tayo, the last two. Okay? Disclosure and acknowledgement. All research output must state clearly if and how AI tool was used, and researcher must describe that AI tools were cited in methodology section. Okay? So, yung concern ng Ethics Review Committee, dun sa Chapter 2, under Ethical Consideration. But, you know, para maganda yung manuscript natin, and we can say that we are with the times. Our research are with the times. Hindi tayo naiiwan. We know what's going on around the world. So, dun sa Chapter 3, you can include it in the research methodology. Kasi di ba, pag nag-research tayo, research design, statistical strategy or statistical technique. Then, yung AI, can you say it's part of your research methodology? So, yes, we can say it can be a part but you have to discuss it in a way that, you know, how it works with your research methods. Okay, so you have to cite it or to discuss it in your research methodology section and acknowledgement. Following citation standard tool should be cited in the generated content, and it must identify as AI assisted, okay, quote and quote. This covers text content, including but not limited to text, figures, images, or code. Okay, so last na to. And then next is data privacy. Okay, so I think that's the last slide, no? Okay. Next slide. Okay, so this is the Google form. Okay, next slide. Okay, this is the Google form. Okay, next slide. So these are the research monitoring that we did. So this is included in our SOP. Okay, next. Okay, thank you. Sorry, I take time. Kasi I promised Dr. Yang that I have to discuss this. Okay, so thank you so much.
Thank you once again, Dr. Dumlao. So we hope that gave you some valuable insights into conducting research the right way.
All right, and at this junction, we have already covered all the essential tools that we need in order for us to navigate our PW graduate school journey.
So let us now move forward to one of the most challenging and exciting parts of our graduate school journey, the thesis and dissertation.
So a master's thesis and a dissertation can often feel challenging, we all know that. But it is the most rewarding aspects of our graduate school journey.
While the journey can be challenging, having the right guidance and tools can make the process both manageable and rewarding.
And to help us navigate this important stage of our academic journey, it is our pleasure to welcome Dr. Daniel D. Dasik Jr., Director of Research and Development Office and PWU Quality Assurance Officer. Let's give him a big round of applause.
Thank you for that introduction. Good morning to our President, Sir Marco Benitez, our distinguished administrators, Chancellor Dr. Yang, our Vice Presidents, Deans, Program Chairs, to our Dean for the Graduate School, Dr. Zornosa, our faculty, our graduate students, and to our participants who are joining virtually, a pleasant morning to everyone. It is my privilege to be presenting in front of you as your Research and Development Office Director and Quality Assurance Coordinator. So I will be spending 40 minutes of your time to help you navigate the important skills of your graduate school journey. But it's not actually within the graduate school journey. It's in your entire professional career. So I'll be speaking about research, and research is not simply skills, okay? And in graduate school, it's not only about writing research. It's about communicating science, okay? So I'm Dr. Daniel Dasig Jr. If you have concerns as to graduation requirements, publication, or your thesis or dissertation concerns, okay, you can reach me via email, triple D or double D Dasig at pwu.edu.ph. We are also supported by our research specialist, who is Engineer Chad Vincent Florentino. Next slide, please. So Engineer Chad is working with us, not only for graduate school, but also for the 14 schools towards the successful implementation of the institutional policies, subscribing to the national and international standards. Next slide, please. Okay, the Research and Development Office is located at Cluster 5, and you can contact us at rdo@pwu.edu.ph. Our local number is 8465-1745, local 28. All right, so as I was saying earlier, graduate school is not about just writing research, okay? Graduate school is also about communicating science. And researchers are like experts of naming files. Have you seen in your masters, like you have final thesis version 15, final copy? Do you have that? Okay? As in final copy. But did it stay forever in your laptop? In the libraries of your universities? And in PWU, we would like to change those practices and mindset. Also with the requirements of the Commission on Higher Education, CMO 21, series of 2025. A little later, I'll discuss those publication requirements. And so, researchers are experts of naming files. But today, I want to change your mindset from being a student to a scholar's mindset. A student will comply the requirements. A scholar or researcher will communicate science, will develop researches that will impact humanity. But before we proceed and we dive into the journey of writing, the methodologies, publications, and journals, let us first understand our destination. Because you have first to identify yourself, where are you coming from, so that you can move forward to where are you going. And that brings us to our university research agenda. So first, we need to ensure that our research, next slide please, is aligned with PW research agenda. Because your research should not stand on isolation. It should stand on its ground. It should resolve problems. It should create impact. And it should answer the societal needs. Okay? And because of this, you are guided in these learning objectives of how to make sure that your research proposals are aligned with research agenda, that your design using the PWU format, which is the IMRAD, as a framework, uses sound research methodologies, and how your research becomes ethically sound based on national and global standards such that it complies with ethics requirements of our ethics review board. Okay, Dr. Dumlao earlier emphasized the functions and composition of the board. And so we also have crafted the AI disclosure policy. We've communicated it to the stakeholders. I think for those who were previously students who are officially enrolled as part of the community, you have received our email for feedbacks. And for those who are new students, we will be sending the same document so that we will be able to see the perception of our graduate students and graduate school faculty as we finalize our AI disclosure policy. As mentioned earlier by Dr. Dumlao, you will tolerate, but we need you to disclose which part of your paper, okay, what type of AI software, what's its purpose, and how it was used, and consequently, what percentage of that section of your manuscript is AI generated. Okay? So, fourth, we have to select appropriate, reputable journals and research platforms. So, that shed mentions your graduation requirements, that your publication outlet could be journal, conferences, exhibits, or for SFAD students, or performances for School of Music. And lastly, of course, to prepare a publication-ready manuscript that meets the global or maybe a local journal publication requirement. Okay. Next slide, please. And before you start writing, we need to establish, you need to understand your identity. What is PWU? What is our research agenda? Because every university has its identity. And every student has a program, a specialization, and the great university relies on its students and its faculty. And for us to support your future, of what you are becoming in the scholar community, we're guided with the following priority research agenda. So we're looking at researches in education, in engineering and information technology, in business, health sciences, environmental studies, public safety, governance, indigenous knowledge, and of course, the public safety and governance to mention again, because these are interconnected. These are interdisciplinary. Public safety can be part of education, can be part of engineering, of business, and governance can be part of any of the programs our 14 schools are offering. Okay. So I'm speaking about interconnectedness. Like contemporary problems, the problems right now may be the results of the solutions to the problems of yesterday. And these problems are not a problem in isolation. Okay? Modern problems are no longer respecting interdisciplinary boundaries. Climate change, for example, it impacts education, it impacts businesses, public safety, governance models are emerging because of climate change. Because of climate change, health policies evolve, health specializations are evolving as well, and the likes. And so, AI, for example, is not merely and no longer about computer science. AI impacts education. AI impacts or environmental studies may comprise AI. Okay? Data center governance for AI services, for AI products, like the PAX Silica, can be a concern on environmental studies. Okay? So it affects education, medicine, and the likes. So your study should reflect research agenda. So if your dissertation committee asks you to map which research agenda are you trying to address, you should know how to pinpoint of the pain points about your subject matter. So the next slide tells us that our agenda is also aligned with the agenda of the Commission on Higher Education, of the Bagong Pilipinas, of the Department of Science and Technology, of Department of Planning and Development, or DepDev, because we need to align our researches so that in cases that your research is under priority areas of these funding agencies, think tanks, or like-minded organizations, you can apply. We can recommend you to apply for research grants, for publication, or for presentations. Okay? Next slide, please. And so, before we look at the research mandate, I'd like to emphasize that in PWU, you are highly supported. Of course, we're using the advent of technology so that you can contact Research and Development Office. You can submit your inquiries. You can submit your verification requirements and graduation clearance online. Okay? So, why we do research? And that's our research mandate in the next slide. Science has only one enemy. It is not ignorance, but it is invisibility. If you have master's thesis in your laptop, in the libraries that are not published still, think about of these carefully. When are you going to communicate your results? Think about science, health sciences, and allied programs. You discover a cure but never publish it. Did science benefit from your invention? No. If you invent a new algorithm, but nobody knows it exists, did technology advance? Of course, no. Research is incomplete when it's not communicated. And science or communicating your research through presentation or publication is our goal, at least in the graduate school. But moving ahead, our goal is to provide socially impactful significance based on your researches. And research that is not shared is not complete. Do you agree? Maybe you comply your graduation requirements, okay, but it's still not complete because the purpose of research is ideally to solve a need. There must be a need, okay, and that need can be taken from research gaps, literature review, based on your literature reviews, the limitations and future works that the previous researchers have highlighted. Okay, Doc, the problem is how do we get started? Actually, madali lang naman mag-start. Look at your program, your research agenda, your interest. Go to AI, SciSpace AI, for example. Okay, search emerging topics about your specialization. There are a lot of researches, literature, or studies that will come out. Look at the research gaps. Look at the limitations. Look at their future works. Your research objectives should be the future works recommended by the previous researchers. And you're done. Mahirap po ba? That's practical, right? Okay? So my talk is about practicality in doing research. Use AI, like ChatGPT. You search what are the emerging issues concerning gerontology or aging science. Okay? A lot of literature or studies will come out. Okay? Of course, you have to read a lot, as emphasized earlier. Look at the gaps, limitations, future works. Okay? You synthesize. That's now your research objectives or questions. Because your committee will ask you, why are you interested in this topic? Why are these are your questions? Okay? Research objectives. You have to substantiate that the research objectives are the recommendations as future studies. Of course, it should be relevant and recent. So look at 5 years. It's like you trace back 5 years. If today is 2026, try to look at 2023. Kasi matatapos ka 2027 pa. Okay? And when you publish it, probably 2028. Still within 5 years. Okay? So, your mandate is not only to do research, to create, to invent. Okay? Your mandate is to become a custodian of knowledge. For master's program, probably you're developing mastery about that's the subject matter. But for PhD and doctorate, you're becoming experts of that specialization. Okay? And because you're an expert, you're expected to produce, contribute knowledge to humanity. Okay? Secondly, you will publish because you can use it for career progression. Okay? Most of the scientists in the Philippines have lucrative academic opportunities as scientists, academicians. If you're working abroad, you will be offered by Balik Scientist Program. Okay. Well, in government, also, you're required to take masters. And while doing masters, you need to do research so that you can have supervisory positions. Okay? And for professors, probably from instructor to assistant to associate to professor level, the collective publication and presentations are reflective of your career progression in scholar community. Of course, personal fulfillment. Okay, it feels good when you see impact of your research. And how can you say impact? When the research is complete, it's published, okay, you will get citations. Okay, it feels good na pag nasa conferences kayo, you will be approached by a person who cited your work. Okay? Or it feels good that someone you don't know will recognize your work as part of their study. Okay? So, maybe that motivates you already. Okay? That writing is not difficult. That thesis and dissertation writing is not difficult. Okay. Probably a little later, we'll see hindi nga siya mahirap. But many people think writing begins in a Microsoft Word. As your foundation of success, research has actually started when you are trying to think how to solve the problems that are the results of the solutions to the problems of yesterday. For example, the flood control. It was a solution to floodings. So there was drainage system design, modest to the best solution. But there are no researches about soil liquefaction. Okay? The rising sea level. Okay? So even if you have the good flood control solution, a good engineering design, but the rest of the soil, of sociology, about behavioral, education, how to make sure that flood will not happen, that we protect, we preserve environment. So PWU has 14 schools. We have several graduate programs. If your researches are interdisciplinary, answering problems for nursing care, management, to aging science, to developing indigenous drugs, to address aging problems, okay? Sociology or psychology are advocating studies about good practices for aging population. I think we're solving a global problem, not in isolation, but as part of the research agenda. And interdisciplinary researches are part of your foundation of success. Next slide, please. And as part of your foundation, before you write, your writing journey begins. Start to think. Okay? What answers are you trying to pose? What problems are you trying to solve? And who cares about that problem? Okay? And why only now? And your committee will question, so what? Suppose someone asks, does social media affect students? Is it a good research question? It's too vague, it's broad, and it's not publishable. Rather, you can say, how does algorithm-driven social media consumption influence academic self-regulation among graduate students using structural equation modeling? Okay, so you have your research subject, you have your local, and you have your methods, how you will analyze impact of social media to self-regulation. Okay? So, crafting best problem, okay, lies on the problems that you're trying to address. Okay? Next slide, please. And so, in defining your research question, it starts with this slide in my presentation. If this slide disappears, your entire dissertation will collapse. So what are the components of your research question? It should have the feasibility. You can do it your way, with the support of your advisor, with the guidance of your committee. It is interesting and novel. It is ethical and relevant. First, it must be feasible. Can you realistically answer it? Can you gather data within your 1-year timeline for dissertation 1 to dissertation 2? And remember, you're writing a thesis or dissertation. You're not solving the world problem, the world peace. Okay? In writing your thesis or your dissertation, you're going to solve something about everything. You're not going to solve everything about everything. Okay? So look at your timelines, of course, the resources, and your residency in the university. Secondly, it must be interesting and novel. Novelty does not always mean revolutionary. Sometimes it's just about new context, new population, new methodology, or it creates a novelty. Okay, so looking at the research gaps, what are the gaps that are identified? Probably methodology gap. Previous researchers are using quantitative, you will be doing qualitative. Sample gap. The studies are concerned with Mindanao population. Yours is in Metro Manila or Luzon. That's population or sample gap. Or probably literature gap. Little to no studies have explored the same study. Okay? That's novelty. You can convince your committee if you try to present it in a matrix. Like Dumlao 2024 studied about AI in education, but she posited it's not effective for self-regulation for basic education student. Now your study will focus on higher education. That's population or sample gap. Okay? That's about novelty. And it should be also ethical. No publication that is worth compromising integrity. Integrity is always doing the things right and doing the right things, even if your advisor, your committee did not try to quote you during the presentation. Okay? You have to respect your participants, the voluntariness, no coercion. Okay? Consent. If your participants have like vulnerable populations, you have to ask for parents or guardians' consent. We call it assent in ethics review. If the population is vulnerable, like IP, victims of wars, or, for example, person living in HIV, they should be anonymized, they should be respected of their human rights. Okay? For those who cannot express their consent, there must be community representative. Okay? Fourth is relevant. It should be relevant. Ask yourself if your study disappeared today, would anyone notice that your study disappeared? If the answer is no, then perhaps you need to rethink. I think my proposal is not worth continuing, presenting to a committee, or publishing. Now, the next slide will guide you how to prepare your IMRAD paper as graduate school requirement. So, your introduction, okay, your IMRAD will try to help you to build your logical tension, at least will guide the committee that you're writing a paper that answers a problem. Okay, so in your defense, probably you can prepare research question 1, methodology 1, questionnaire 1, results 1, conclusion 1. Research objective number 2, and then you have methodology number 2. What is the statistical tool to use? Results number 2, conclusion number 2, and your recommendations number 2. You guide your committee so that you can convince them that you need their approval. Now, during your proposal stage, it's important that you use theory, okay, variable, research question, methodology, questionnaire. Okay? Theoretical framework number 1. Okay? What is the variable taken from the theory? And what measures are you trying to look at the variable 1? Okay? And to answer the question 1, what tools are you going to use? And what part of the questionnaire is that question? Okay? Guide your committee as part of your narration. You also have to earn the contribution. When you start presenting your paper, try to look at what is the significance, or you're trying to write your paper, try to look at what are the significance of this study to you as the researcher, to your stakeholders who will be impacted by your study. Okay? And so, in the interest of time, we'll proceed to the crafting of the manuscript. We'll have the anatomy of an article, an IMRAD. I'd like everyone to remember 4 simple questions: the why, the how, the what, and so what. Next slide, please. Okay? So first, the introduction in the IMRAD framework. That's what we use in the graduate school. Also, most journals or conferences are using this framework. Introduction answers the question, why does this study exist? Your methods answer, how was the study conducted? And in the methodology, that's where you have to be transparent. The best paper is the most transparent paper. Okay? the research design, the population and sample, okay, your questionnaire, who validated the questionnaire. If it's researcher-made questionnaire, you have to subject it to validation, like content, face, experts, and statistical validation. So your professor will teach you in research methods how to do it. If it's qualitative research, okay, your guide questions should have at least been reviewed by experts, okay, so that participants or informants later and researchers will be safeguarded or have guides how to successfully conduct interview or focus group discussion. You also have to look at discussions. And this answers who cares about your study. Okay? So you relate your discussion to the previous studies, whether you argue, you conform, okay, whether your results is converging, diverging, okay, you report it objectively. Do not manipulate results because it does not conform to your expected results. Report it objectively. And that's about integrity. Okay? All right. Now, to detail about introduction, next slide please. I often tell doctoral students that your introduction is like proposing marriage. You have only one opportunity to continue and convince your audience to continue listening. If the introduction is weak, then there's no sense moving forward. Okay? Why? You start from global, regional, Asia Pacific, ASEAN, the Philippine context, and your local context. Starting with local is about becoming a scholar who looks up to impact, improve readership. If you want global readers, okay, cite global primary literature. So try to look at World Health Organization, UNESCO, International Monetary Fund, Asian Development Bank. Try to look at primary literature that are global in nature about your study. Okay? Hinge on that primary literature. Go to regional, Asia Pacific. Go to ASEAN member countries, problems, and go to the Philippine context. Now you try why there's there a need to contextualize the problem in your local, okay, and why the global interests that local problem. That's glocalization. There's a global problem related to a local problem. So, would you have citations later? Of course, yes. And that's the practical way of improving the readership of your paper. Next is your methodology. Okay? So, although there is literature review in most, next slide please. In your discussion, introduction should be substantiated with literature review. Okay? Like, according to Mindel 2023, Domlau et al. 2025 posited that, and the likes of Zornosa and the likes of et al. Okay? So, because you're in the graduate school, mostly not of your professors will spoon feed. Okay? You can learn by your own. Go to the Purdue University. Look at the 7th edition of APA, okay, it will guide you how to do literature review. But the RDO have lined up workshop for graduate students and faculty, especially in using AI for research, for literature review, to curate, to map the gap, and anchor your theory in writing. Okay, so a tip for everyone: your paper should hinge on a theory. If it's not theory, it should be a model, a framework. If it's not a model or framework, it should be a law. Okay, it should be a multilateral cooperation. It may be a circular, a memoranda, or maybe president speeches, because a speech of the president is becomes a national policy. So do not start your discussion about the problem without trying to look at why there is a problem. Okay? Stand your ground. Stand on the shoulders of the giants. Okay? So you can use Google Scholar, Elsevier, IEEE, Midline, okay? A lot of tools we'll share later. Okay? Now, let's go to the methodology and framework. Hinging on the theoretical framework will help you what variables, independent, dependent, mediating, or moderating variables. Okay? Carefully study how these variables are treated in previous studies and how they are recommended to be considered in future studies. Okay? So, your theory will conceptualize the lens of your study. Okay? If it's about management, then look at management science. If it's about technology, then look at TOE, OTAOT, etc. Okay? If it's about education, aside from theories, try to look at primary literature from UNESCO, from DepEd, from CHED. It helps you how to improve the lens of your paper. Justify the methodology. You have to be transparent. Okay? When your research question needs a descriptive statistics, but with comparison, then it should be descriptive comparative. When it has correlation, then it should be descriptive correlational. If there is mediation and moderation analysis, then there must be sequential equation modeling. You have to detail that in methodology. If your study is qualitative and it's about phenomenon, then you try to detail how you will describe the phenomenon. When you use understand, it should be ethnography, because you cannot understand eyepiece when you don't live with eyepiece, right? And when you mix quanti and quali, you should detail which comes first, okay? If quanti, quali, that's sequential, explanatory. If quali and quanti, that's sequential, exploratory. Or maybe you're using other mixed methods. So, the technique is the phase one, for example, descriptive correlational. Descriptive phase will describe the profile, the assessment, because most paper are perception paper. The correlation phase is used to test the relationship of variable X and Y and its significance. Or if it's descriptive comparative, The comparative part is used to compare the perception between Group A, Group B, Group C about variable X or variable Y. Okay? Justify your method. And when your methodology is transparent enough, that builds trust. Now let's proceed to your results. It's the revelation of your evidence. It's not the easiest chapter, but actually, this is the most abused. Not the easiest, but the most abused chapter. Okay, because students believe more tables, graph means better research. Editors don't reward quantity. Journal editors, even your committee, does not reward the number of tables. We look at the quality of interpretation of your results and how it is related to the cited literature in the previous section. Okay? So it's important that your results holds to the literature or studies previously cited in the previous sections. And of course, the conclusion. Next slide, please. Okay. As a tip during your defense, try to prepare a matrix. This is your research question. This is the results. This is your conclusion, recommendations. Okay? One slide per research question. I think the graduate school is also providing you a guide. Question number 2, okay? Results number 2, interpretation, and conclusion and recommendation. So that your committee won't be going back and forth with your paper because it's clear in your presentation at least, and even in your journal paper. Okay, next slide please. Build a cohesive story. Of course, you connect your results to your chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3. Okay? There must be coherence and cohesiveness. There's connection of the story. Okay? And the end point is whether you accept your assumption or hypothesis or reject them. Okay? That's the end of the story. Therefore, the hypothesis is accepted. Or therefore, the hypothesis is rejected. That's the end of the story. Okay? You do not end your, you do not give your readers a, like, itutuloy ko na lang in the next paper. Dapat yung itutuloy sa next paper, it's reflected in the recommendation section. Okay? Of course, when you do results and discussion, present it, your discussion should come with description, okay. Your discussion consists of 5. Okay? Description, if it's a table, you describe, you analyze it, you interpret, okay? You relate the study, and what is its implication to you or to the stakeholders that were mentioned in the significance of the study, or to the paper itself. Okay? Repeat with me. The discussion has description, analysis, interpretation, related studies, implications. If your sentence is not complete, your panel or committee will ask you several revisions. Okay? And sana yung isang sentence, 25 words lang. Hindi yung isang paragraph, one sentence. Okay? Try to observe subject verb, the 25 grammar rules in writing your paper. Okay. Next, you have the conclusion. Can we proceed to the next slide? So, your contribution and limitations, its theoretical impact. So, most studies are theoretical, meaning you have suggested conceptual model and there's a validated statistical model. So that's your theoretical impact. That variables x and y and z are used in the conceptual model as these coefficient values, okay? I think your statistics professor will tell you, will discuss you, conceptualized model and validated model using statistics. Okay? The practical impact. If it's management hinge theory, how it's impact new managers, emerging managers, executives, or the methodological impact. Okay? If you have used new tools, simulation software, statistical tools with new findings, that's your impact. Okay? You highlight that in the contribution. Of course, highlight limitations. What are those? Sample. You cannot generalize the population because of your sample. Maybe because of sampling technique. Because it's not probabilistic, because it's convenient, consensus, non-probabilistic sampling, or maybe purposive, your findings can only be used to discuss, to present their experiences. Okay? And the tip is, when you're using qualitative, use non-probabilistic sampling. If you're using quantitative, make sure to use probabilistic sampling. Okay, I have few minutes. After completing the researches, the dissertation, the thesis, why publish? Where to publish? Okay, can you bring me to slide number 23? Okay, where to publish? The Research and Development Office is regularly sending publication outlets where students can publish their paper, can present their work in conferences or journals. Okay, so you can publish in a Scopus Index journal, in Web of Science, in ASEAN Citation Index, in the journals that are indexed in the Directory of Open Access Journal, or the Andrew Gonzalez Philippine Citation Index. We have our online, the Journal of Research, Innovation, and Transformation of PWU, but we're also putting online our PWU Research Journal. By September, we will launch it, and for your graduation requirement, we encourage to publish outside, to present outside. Okay, last 1 minute, can you bring me to my slide number 48, 49, and 50. Okay, I'll be sharing this PowerPoint to the graduate school so that you can also look after the details. Okay, Uh, in PWU, we provide support to all our graduate students before you publish the journal or present your paper. We want to safeguard you from predatory conferences or journals. So you can scan this one. If you know a journal, you want us to approve it or warn you not to publish in this journal, this is our way of helping you. Once you get approval, you can proceed. Okay? The next is our graduation workflow submission requirement. Okay? So, we have the publication submission form. This is for all graduate students, master's, PhD, DBA, regardless if it's academic, professional, tracks. Okay? So this is the workflow. You have a publication. You submit it. Publication requirements. So it constitutes the form, the publication file. What else? Your defense, because PhDs and masters, during your final defense, you're required to have a proof of public defense. So your school will publish your schedule of defense in Facebook and broadcast with our TVs with the support of Multimedia. Okay? So that's one of the attachment. The original publication, if it's accepted already, you can apply for graduation. The publicly defended proof, okay, and the verifiable link. If it's published, we will ask you to provide the link. If it's incomplete, we will go back to you. That's why there is decision sent to student, reject. The rejection is for you to upload those missing submissions. Okay? Once it's complete, we will revisit. Okay? This is published in our Facebook page. You can also visit our page. Once we approve the form, it will send email to your admin assistant, program chairs, and deans. That means you're cleared from Research and Development Office. Okay? So, next slide, please. If you have questions, comments, for advisories, can you bring us to the previous slide before my thank you slide? Okay, so we have our contact details, our Facebook page, PWU RDO Research and Development Office. It's official page approved by the marketing office. And I think that's all for RDO. That brings me to my thank you slide. Thank you very much and good morning.
Once again, Dr. Dasik, thank you very much. But before we move on to our next segment, may I please invite everyone to stand up and shake your body. We know. Hope you had your coffee earlier this morning. Maraming salamat po sa lahat ng tumayo. And now, maglalaro tayo. We're going to play a game called Follow the Leader. So when I say I am, you're going to say, a proud film woman yan ako. So once again, I am... All right, one more. I am...
Proud Phil women.
I can't hear you. I can hear everyone. One more. I am... All right, thank you very much. Let's move on to our next segment. You may now take your seats. Thank you very much.
Okay. Research holds the power to shape policies, improve health systems, and transform communities. However, the journey from academic research to real-world public health impact requires strategic alignment, collaboration, and a clear understanding of national research priorities.
Our next keynote speaker is the Chief Science Research Specialist of the Research and Development Management Division of the Philippine Council for Health Research and Development of the Department of Science and Technology.
He completed his chemistry degree at the University of the Philippines, Los Baños, and Master in Development Management with honors as a government scholar at the Development Academy of the Philippines.
With this, it is our pleasure to introduce our next keynote speaker with his presentation titled From Thesis to Transformation, Navigating the PCHRD Research Agenda for Public Health Impact.
A big round of applause for Mr. Paul Ernest N. De Leon.
Please all watch this video presentation. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. Many thanks to the Philippine Women's University for inviting me and the Philippine Council for Health Research and Development in this event, and for providing us the opportunity to present in brief our organization. And priorities, and to discuss the role of health research in creating meaningful public health impact. Good day, everyone. Many thanks to the Philippine Women's University for inviting me and the Philippine Council for Health Research and Development in this event, and for Good day, everyone. Many thanks to the Philippine Women's University for inviting me and the Philippine Council for Health Research and Development in this event, and for providing
Now, while we're having a technical difficulty, ganyan talaga kapag live, mag-invite lang kami ng isang participant natin to share their insights so far sa ating General Assembly. Who would like to volunteer? Represent your college and programs. Ayan, magtatawag na lamang po tayo ng volunteer. And you can go up here sa front kung gusto nyo mag-share ng insights nyo regarding our, how do you find the General Assembly so far? Pero ako nakakita dito na parang gustong mag-share. Ma'am, would you like to share something? How do you find the General Assembly so far?
Good morning po to everyone. So, with the program po, so far, so good naman po. And okay naman with my new classmates from the MBA.
From what program you're in po?
MBA po.
Thank you. And one more voluntold. One more. I can see some faces here na parang gustong mag-share. How about you, sir?
Hello, good. Ano na ba? Anong oras na? Good morning, everyone. So, ayun, so nagulat ako. Siguro, I'm going to share my self-reflection along with the, my current kung ano yung tinitake ko ngayon. So, I'm an MPAD student. So, siguro, self-reflection is, I am enjoying it right now, and maybe I'm going to say na humble ako nitong program na to, and I want to thank everyone, yung classmates, and also Dean Merby, and also Doc Sam, and Dr. Rehal din. So I don't know if he's here. And ayan, thank you po. Ayan, my name is Will J. Posas, and I am also a graduate din po ng Fine Arts here din po dito.
Wow, thank you. Palakpakan naman natin si Sir Will J. One more while we're still fixing something in our video presentation. One more. I think meron tayo dito. Sir. How about you, ma'am?
Hi. Hello po. Good morning. My name is Temple po. I'm doing MA in Clinical Psychology. Hello, everyone. I'm really enjoying the program so far. Initially, I entered the graduate school feeling a little bit unprepared, but I really enjoyed the information session. And I really like how they shared regarding ethics review. And also, I'm excited to visit the library. Thank you. Yes, my name is Temple.
Thank you, Miss Dimple. One more sharer, voluntold. I think we have one here. Ma'am, hello, good morning.
Hi, good morning. So, I am currently taking MBA. So, this is my first year as well. For today's General Assembly, full of insights, and I feel like a lot of things are new, especially when it comes to research, because 2018 pa ako last nag-graduate, wherein AR are not yet invented. So right now, there's a lot of things na we need to consider in research, especially if it's something all about get from AI or such. So I'm a bit excited and also excited to see the library. That's all. Mika.
Thank you, Miss Mika. One more volunteer from our PWU community. I think meron. One more. I think we have one here. Ma'am, how do you find the General Assembly so far?
Hello, good morning to everyone. My name is Ana Aguilar, so I'm taking Masters of Fine Arts and Design. So far, I've been learning a lot from this General Assembly. I would like to take note of the part about research. It's very helpful, sir, because it's very comprehensive at the same time, very clear, especially very helpful for us who are starting with this program. At the same time, I would like to take note of the library. At least meron na akong pwedeng i-hang out. This is my first time to really appreciate the way the facilities and the things that presented in the school. So I'm very humbled and honored to be here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ma'am Annalena. One more volunteer. What do you look forward in your journey in PWU, ma'am?
Hi, I'm Shermina Pelo. So, for today's, I learned so much insight, especially sa part po na research and development. Okay, so thank you, and it's a great honor that I attended this General Assembly. Charmaine Apello.
Thank you very much, Ms. Charmaine. Now, moving forward, we're going to continue our program proper. So So once again, let's give it up for Mr. De Leon and his presentation. Thank you very much.
Good day, everyone. Many thanks to the Philippine Women's University for inviting. Good day, everyone. Many thanks to the Philippine Women's University for inviting me and the Philippine Council for Health Research and Development in this event, and for providing us the opportunity to present in brief our organization and priorities, and to discuss the role of health research in creating meaningful public health impact, and more importantly, how graduate research can contribute to addressing national health priorities. So to start, the Philippine Council for Health Research and Development, or PCHRD, we have a dual role in the health ecosystem of the country. The first one is we are one of the sectoral planning councils of the Department of Science and Technology. We develop programs, projects, and other initiatives related to health science, technology, and innovation. We are also a funding agency. On another hand, our second role, the more bigger role, is we are the lead secretariat and one of the core agencies of the Philippine National Health Research System, or the PNHRS. The PNHRS is an integrated and convergence framework which ensures that all of the resources, funding, investments provided by the Department of Science and Technology, Department of Health, and the other core agencies of the PNHRS will truly address the pressing health issues of the country. Considering that we are a funding agency and with the multitude of diseases and research ideas, it is only proper for us to know what to fund and how to fund them. This brings us the main anchors in health research, the NURA and the HNRDA. The NURA, or the National Unified Health Research Agenda, serves as the country's 6-year roadmap for health research. This is already the 4th iteration of the NURA, drafted by the Research Agenda Management Committee, which highlights the themes and several topics related to health. Through the NURA, the DOST-PCHRD ensures that the research it supports is aligned with national priorities and contributes to evidence-informed policies, innovation, and improved health outcome. More importantly, the NURA provides strategic direction to researchers, funding institutions, and policymakers by identifying priority areas where research investments can generate the greatest public health impact. The formulation of the NURA is likewise informed by strategic frameworks, one of which is the Harmonized National R&D Agenda of the Department of Science and Technology. So on the other hand, the Harmonized National R&D Agenda of the Department of Science and Technology highlights the priority programs of the Philippine Council for Health Research and Development related to health science, technology, and innovation. So as you can see here in the screen, right now we are supporting 10 programs under the PCHRD. So to start with, we have a number of programs related to our general health and wellness cluster. This cluster focuses on research areas that promote health, prevent diseases, and improve the overall well-being of Filipinos. It is composed of 3 research and development programs. The first one is one of our flagship programs, which is the Tuklas Lunas, or the Philippine Drug Discovery and Development Program. We support research that develops world-class medicines from Philippine biodiversity by leveraging local expertise and indigenous resources. We also have the Functional Foods Program, which supports research on crops and food products with health benefits beyond basic nutrition, particularly for the prevention of non-communicable diseases. We have Nutrition and Food Safety Program, which supports research that addresses nutrition challenges, nutrition-related diseases, and other emerging food safety concerns. We have another cluster related to health research for response and resilience. This cluster focuses on strengthening the country's capacity to respond to emerging health challenges, public health threats, and other disruptions through research and innovation. The first is the Brain and Mental Health R&D Program, which supports research and innovations that improve brain and mental health through quality, inclusive, and culturally responsive research and development initiatives. We have the Emerging and Emerging Diseases Program, which supports research on technologies, therapeutics, prevention strategies, surveillance approaches, and management protocols for emerging and emerging diseases. Very timely, we also support projects under our disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation in health program for any technologies and approaches that address the health impacts of disasters and climate change. Now, gearing towards on research and innovation in emerging and transformative technologies that can strengthen healthcare delivery, improve health outcomes, and address complex health challenges, we introduce you also to one of our clusters related to advanced technologies for health. The first is Omic Technologies for Health R&D program, which supports research on omic technologies for precision medicine, diagnostics, therapeutics, and evidence-informed health policies. We also have the Diagnostics program, which supports the local development of diagnostic kits, devices, tools, and tests for screening, diagnosis, treatment, and disease monitoring. We also have the Biomedical Engineering for Health program, which supports research and innovation on accessible, affordable, and Philippine-made biomedical devices and technologies. Lastly, we have the Digital and Frontier Technologies for Health program, which supports research and innovation on digital health applications and frontier technologies that strengthen healthcare system and improve health service delivery. So to illustrate how these research priorities are translated into tangible innovations, allow me to highlight several DOST PCHRD supported projects. First is the iSulat project being implemented by the University of Santo Tomas under our DFTH program. The project developed the iSulat system, an intelligent and unified handwriting assessment tool designed to address inter-tool scoring variations, inconsistencies, incongruence, and lengthy assessment time associated with conventional handwriting evaluation. The system features a multi-sensor pen integrated with intelligent software capable of capturing and analyzing handwriting parameters, including writing speed, stroke angles, and writing pressure in real time. Through this approach, the system reduces reliance on manual assessments while facilitating the early identification of handwriting impairments and neurodevelopmental delays, thereby enabling timely intervention. Another example is the Address project implemented by the DOST Food and Nutrition Research Institute. The project developed an AI-enabled web-based platform that automates personalized meal planning by analyzing dietary patterns and recommending appropriate recipes through machine learning. The project demonstrates how artificial intelligence can likewise be applied to nutrition and preventive healthcare by supporting evidence-based dietary decision-making and promoting healthier lifestyles. Last is the Health PH project implemented by the National University Manila. The project developed an integrated web and mobile application dashboard that utilizes artificial intelligence through natural language processing or NLP to analyze social media posts and map the prevalence of symptoms associated with 4 respiratory diseases. At this point, it aims to expand disease surveillance by including additional communicable diseases, integrating weather data to enhance predictive modeling, and strengthening community engagement to improve the technology's inclusivity and responsiveness. Collectively, these projects demonstrate how research supported by DOST PCHRD extends beyond knowledge generation. They illustrate how research can be translated into practical technologies, decision support tools, and innovations that can contribute to strengthening the country's healthcare system. Having presented some examples of supported projects, let us now examine the importance of aligning research initiatives with national priorities. As presented earlier, the NURA serves as the country's strategic roadmap for health research. In this context, one of the most important considerations in developing a research proposal is ensuring that it is aligned with the national research priorities and agenda. Research alignment enables researchers to contribute to areas where evidence is most needed and where research investments can generate meaningful impact on healthcare, public policy, and national development. Aligning research with national priorities ensures that scientific evidence contributes to addressing real-world health concerns. It enables research to generate outcomes that support health improvement, evidence-informed policymaking, and health system strengthening. Graduate research often begins with the identification of a research problem or a knowledge gap within a particular field or study. And by aligning research with national health priorities identified in the NURA, studies become more relevant not only within the academic community but also to policymakers, healthcare providers, and communities that may eventually benefit from the research outputs. At DOST-PCHRD, research is viewed as more than an academic requirement. It is regarded as an investment in improving health outcomes, informing policy, and strengthening the Philippine health system. As graduate students, the objective is not simply to complete a thesis or dissertation, but to produce evidence and innovations that create meaningful and lasting public health impact. In many instances, graduate research can already be aligned with the national agenda. The important consideration is how the research problem is defined and framed, and how the potential contribution of the study is articulated. Rather than focusing solely on the research topic, it is equally important to consider the broader public health context by identifying the health problem being addressed, the intended beneficiaries of the research, and the potential application of the generated evidence. For example, a study that examines the mental health well-being of marginalized populations may be aligned with the priority areas on mental health or health of vulnerable populations. Similarly, research focusing on HIV, AIDS, and other sexually transmitted infections may be aligned with the priority area on sexual and reproductive health. These examples demonstrate that many graduate research topics can be aligned with the national priorities when viewed through the lens of their potential contribution to public health. Ultimately, research creates greater value when it extends beyond knowledge generation and contributes to addressing priority health concern. As research generates new knowledge, there is a corresponding need to ensure that this knowledge is translated into evidence-informed policies and practice. In this regard, industry experts, practitioners, researchers, and academic institutions play an important role in shaping digital governance through research, innovation, and evidence-based decision-making. Their collective expertise contributes to the development of policies, standards, and governance mechanisms that supports the responsible adoption of digital technologies within the health sector. Likewise, active participation in professional organizations across healthcare, engineering, information technology, and data science provides opportunities to contribute to policy development, strengthen interdisciplinary collaboration, and advance innovations that improve public health. The continued engagement of professionals across these disciplines remain essential in supporting the country's digital transformation initiatives. The healthcare sector is undergoing rapid digital transformation. Advances in artificial intelligence, telemedicine, electronic health records, and big data are reshaping healthcare delivery, health research, and public health decision-making. These technologies create new opportunities to improve access to healthcare, strengthen health systems, and even enhance patient outcomes. However, digital transformation also requires responsible governance. Behind every data set is an individual whose health information must be protected. Consequently, digital governance is fundamental to ensuring that digital health systems remain secure, trustworthy, ethical and compliant with existing legal and regulatory frameworks. This requires strong data privacy measures, robust cybersecurity mechanisms, transparent governance structures, and multi-sectoral collaboration. As future researchers and professionals, your role extends beyond generating scientific evidence. You will also contribute to ensuring that emerging digital technologies are developed, implemented, and governed responsibly to improve healthcare delivery and public health outcomes. As future researchers, it is important to recognize that data alone do not improve health outcomes. Rather, it is evidence generated through rigorous and quality research that informs sound decision making. Through evidence-informed policymaking, research has the capacity to influence clinical practice, strengthen health programs, and support the development of national policies. For this reason, the value of research should not be measured solely by the number of publications produced. Its true value lies in its ability to improve health outcomes and contribute to better lives for the Filipino people. It is then notable to mention that research achieves its greatest impact when scientific evidence is translated into policies, programs, and innovations that responds to the country's priority health needs. While a strong research idea provides the foundation for a successful study, its long-term impact depends on how effectively the project is designed, implemented, managed, and translated into practice. From the DOST perspective and experience in supporting and managing health research projects, successful implementation requires not only scientific rigor, but also effective planning, stakeholder engagement, and strong project management. These considerations become increasingly important as research progresses from concept development to real-world application. The research project lifecycle extends beyond proposal development and data collection. Successful research begins with careful planning, including the identification of relevant research questions, appropriate methodologies, ethical considerations, and realistic implementation plans. As the project progresses, effective project management becomes equally important to ensure that activities are completed on schedule, resources are utilized responsibly, and project objectives remain aligned with intended outcomes. Stakeholder engagement is likewise essential throughout the research process. Early collaboration with government agencies, healthcare institutions, local government units, industry partner, and intended beneficiaries increases the likelihood that research outputs will eventually be adopted and utilized. Finally, effective dissemination ensures that research findings reach policymakers, practitioners, researchers, and communities who can translate evidence into action. At DOST-PCHRD, researchers are supported throughout this entire life cycle because producing quality evidence requires not only good science, but also good research management. One important lesson that DOST-PCHRD has learned from managing health research projects is that scientific excellence alone is not sufficient to ensure project success. Successful projects are characterized by effective communication, responsible resource management, early stakeholder engagement, and sustained focus on intended outcomes. These elements help bridge the gap between scientific discovery and practical implementation and will increase the likelihood that research outputs will be adopted by end users and translated into policies, technologies, healthcare programs, and services that benefit the public. So in essence, beyond alignment with the national priorities, several factors contribute to the successful implementation and eventual translation of health research. First, it is important to establish an interdisciplinary research team with the appropriate expertise to address increasingly complex health challenges. Second, researchers could integrate appropriate digital technologies where this can strengthen research design, improve efficiency, error-enhanced decision-making. Third, ethical consideration should remain central throughout the research process, particularly when studies involve human participants, animals, or sensitive health information. Equally important is designing projects with sustainability in mind. Research should be planned not only for the duration of the funding period, but also for its long-term adoption, implementation, and continued utilization. Strategic partnerships with the Department of Health, the National Institutes of Health, healthcare institutions, local government units, industry partners, and other stakeholders are likewise essential in facilitating research translation and maximizing public health impact. The objective of health research is not merely to develop sophisticated technologies or innovative systems, but to ensure its relevance to the needs of those needing treatment or other health intervention. It is to strengthen the Philippine healthcare system and improve the lives of every Filipinos. So as we conclude, I would like to emphasize again that research creates the greatest impact when it is aligned with the national priorities and translated into evidence, innovations, and solutions that address real health challenges. As PWU graduates and future researchers, your work has the potential to contribute not only to knowledge generation, but also to improving our overall healthcare system. At DOST-PCHRD, we remain committed to guiding PWU and supporting your research that is scientifically excellent, socially relevant, and responsive to the needs of our country. Thank you very much again for this opportunity at isang magham na araw sa inyong lahat.
Let's give them a big round of applause once again. And now as we approach the latter part of our program, we now turn to a topic that resonates with most of us, not just as a graduate student, but also as professionals, leaders, and individuals striving to balance multiple responsibilities in our daily lives.
Today, we are incredibly fortunate to learn from a leader who innately understands how to navigate adversity and build systemic wellness. Please give a warm, resounding virtual welcome to our esteemed keynote speaker, Ms. Ruby Manyalak, for her keynote titled Resilience in Practice, Navigating Work-Life Balance and Systemic Wellness.
That's all. Let's all sit back and watch this presentation. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning to the leadership of the Philippine Women's University, members of the Graduate School Student Council, esteemed faculty, and most importantly, the vibrant graduate student community of EWU. I am honored to talk about resilience in practice, navigating work-life balance, and systemic wellness. I'd like to introduce myself. I am Ruby Manyalak, and I am a believer and a follower of Christ. I am a Christian. I have 5 wonderful kids, and I have been a single parent for the last 16 years. But thank God that all my kids are done. And I exercise. I try to as much as I can. I love vegetables, even in liquid form. In September of 2025, rather 2024, in Bangkok, Genus International had a convention. This is the organization wherein I became a Genus Certified Emotional Intelligence Practitioner, and they gave me an award in recognition of my contribution to the field of emotional intelligence. Why am I saying all of these things? Well, ladies and gentlemen, I do believe in connection before content. So I'd like to share a part of me to all of you before we go into our topics. I also retired the same year of, 2025, June of 2025. And right now I'm 61 years old. But uh, I went into active retirement and put up our own firm, which is the Human Equation People Over Matter. Hence, this topic of resilience in practice and work-life balance is truly something that is dear to my heart because of our utmost belief that over everything and above on this earth, people do matter. So why don't you face someone in the room and say, you matter, right? Or just tell it to yourself, you matter. I also would like to introduce a new word to all of you. And what is that new word? It's sawu bona. So can we all please say it? Sawu bona. What does it mean? It is actually an African Zuluist word, which means I see you. I see your kindness. I see your humanity. I see you as a human being, not just seeing, but really seeing the dignity of the human being. So I see you. So why don't you again face another person if you're in the room and say, I see you. Let's say these things. I see you. I accept you. You are wonderful. Thank you. If there's no one else in the room and you're online, say it to yourself. Balance is a design. It is not a schedule. Yes, here we are in a room full of leaders, healthcare workers, probably corporate managers, educators, entrepreneurs, and parents, and sons, and daughters, sisters, brothers, a friend, individuals who carry every single day a dual burden, excelling in high-demand careers while rigorously pushing the boundaries of your academic and personal growth. Well, when you submitted your responses to the Graduate School Needs Assessment Survey, your voice was clear. You shared the reality of high-pressure environments, the delicate dance of competing priorities, and indeed the urgent need for genuine mental wellness support. Many of us have entered today here in this room, online or face-to-face, hoping to hear a magic formula for work-life balance. But let us begin with an honest truth. Work-life balance is not a static 50-50 split. Life does not neatly sit on a balanced scale. Balance is a design, let me reiterate it, not a schedule. Hence, we have to be intentional about it. Instead, what is true balance? And the resilience required to sustain it. It is a dynamic practice. It is something that we need to do on a regular basis, not the once in a while big things that we plan after 6 months, after a year. Doesn't have to be like that. So we're going to talk about resilience in practice, emotional intelligence, and the framework we hold dear in our organization, the Human Equation, people over matter. I'd like to pose a question. What do you think makes for a longer life? Can anybody say? When I ask this face-to-face, I would always hear happiness, stress-free, healthy diet, etc., etc. Well, you know what? What makes for a longer life? I'd like to share with you a video because there was a study, a research made by Brigham University of what makes for a longer life. Let's listen.
So what does it take to live to 100 or beyond? As you will see, the answer is not what we expect. Julianne Holt Onstead is a researcher at Brigham Young University, and she addressed this very question in a series of studies of tens of thousands of middle-aged people. And she looked at every aspect of their lifestyle, their diet, their exercise, their marital status, how often they went to the doctor, whether they smoked or drank, etc. She recorded all of this, and then she and her colleagues sat tight and waited for 7 years to see who would still be breathing. And of the people left standing, what reduced their chances of dying the most? That was her question. So let's now look at her data in summary, going from the least powerful predictor to the strongest. Whether you're lean or overweight, you can stop feeling guilty about this because it's only in third place. How much exercise you get is next, still only a moderate predictor. Did anybody here know that having a flu vaccine protects you more than doing exercise? And getting towards the top predictors are two features of your social life. First, your close relationships. These are the people that you can call on for a loan if you need money suddenly, who will call the doctor if you're not feeling well, or who will take you to the hospital, or who will sit with you if you're having an existential crisis, if you're in despair. Those people, that little clutch of people, are a strong predictor, if you have them, of how long you'll live. And then something that surprised me, something that's called social integration. This means how much you interact with people as you move through your day. How many people do you talk to? And these mean both your weak and your strong bonds. So not just the people you're really close to who mean a lot to you, but like, do you talk to the guy who every day makes you your coffee? Do you talk to the postman? Do you talk to the woman who walks by your house every day with her dog? Do you play bridge or poker or have a book club? Those interactions are one of the strongest predictors of how long you live.
Well, there you go. Isn't it surprising that it's close relationships and social integration that gives us a longer life? Harvard did the same study for 75 years under Robert Waldinger, and this same phenomena, I would say, was found out through that research that relationships, not perfect ones, really do give us a healthier, longer life. Loneliness can kill. Isn't it amazing that during, or, well, I don't think that's a fallacy, because did you remember the COVID when it was how many years that we suffered through it, or either we thrived or most of us, of course, did suffer through it. A lot of people did pass away because there was no one with them in the hospital. You know, there was no mingling, there was not much social interaction. So one of the things that we can do to live a longer life, even a healthier one, is to really connect as human beings, where after all, we were made to interact, to connect, and to be compassionate to one another. Now, the sweet spot in any work-life balance would be, or at work, for example, would be a balance of not just task orientation, but also a balance of relationship and people orientation. You know, I just read a quote that says, don't just go for your goals or for the task to finish what you need to finish, like in your careers or to finish graduate school, but it is also a great reminder to think, who am I becoming in the process of finishing the task or finishing the goal? That, I think, is the more important thing to ask yourselves. Now, in this equation, do we always put task, work, relationships before us? You know what, ladies and gentlemen, me is not being selfish. When we think of ourselves, don't feel guilty. Remember, we cannot give what we do not have. So we must also take care of ourselves first so that we can be the best person for our tasks, our work, our family, our relationships, or whatever endeavors we get into. Those are one of the things that is my greatest belief and of which I practice. I would like you to think about kindness as well. Did you know that there was a research done and they found out that kindness and compassion actually builds our immune system? Well, I guess that's the reason why I seldom get sick. Well, kidding aside, why don't we listen to this video or watch this video?
This is really powerful. Watch this.
Excuse me, sir. There are people around here trying to enjoy their brunch, and frankly, your kids are disturbing the peace, if you know what I mean. I suggest you rein them in a little bit. Be a father. Teach them how to act.
I'm sorry. They just lost their mother. And they don't know. I just lost my wife. I'm sorry today. We don't know how to act.
Oh. I'm sorry. And I am sorry for your loss.
What?
Could you please put that man's ticket on mine and send over 2 scoops of ice cream? 3 scoops.
Sure. What? What happened?
What do you think people say about us? Two old hens, bitter at brunch.
I love that. You know, be kind to people. You never know what they might be going through.
Be kind to people. Everyone in this room, online or face-to-face, we all have invisible wounds, invisible battles that we carry, but we trudge on rather, conquering life, putting smiles on our faces all of the time, which is good. But then kindness extended to others should be extended to ourselves. Sometimes we don't know how to act. We have to be kinder to ourselves as well. Because when you're kind to yourself, then you can extend that to everyone else. And when you're being kind to yourself, also means taking care of yourself.
This is really...
So we'd like to start with kindness to yourself. Truly, God cares for you. So why don't you tap the person to your right and say, God cares for you? Or tap the person to your left and say, start with kindness to yourself. Now, Seligman came up with the 3Ps model of resilience. And in Seligman's framework, there are 3 things: personalization, pervasiveness, and permanence. And sometimes, because of these 3 things, the 3 Ps, our mindset changes, especially when challenges comes our way. So we have to go from a mindset to a mind shift in order for us to be more resilient. What do I mean by that? Sometimes our minds are set on certain habits, like being, our mind goes to the negative things all the time, or doomsday, or we rehearse tragedy even if it's not happening, or we overthink, we overanalyze, we worry a lot. So the first thing that we need to do is to have a mindset to a mind shift, because the brain works through repetitive patterns. So that when you keep thinking about the negative things, that brain thinks that those things are very important to you, so that when a situation or an event comes in, guess what? You will always think the worst outcomes or of doomsday or problems instead of a mind shift towards the more positive things, of a reframing of things. Then if you do it repetitively, your brain will now recognize, oh, this is not a problem. It's an issue. It's a challenge that I'm going to solve. It's something that I can work on. So your mind becomes solution focused instead of problem focused. So again, mindset to a mind shift. Be aware of your thinking patterns. Am I always thinking about the negative things, rehearsing tragedies in my mind, even if they do not happen? Right? So what's permanence, pervasiveness, and personalization? According to Seligman, permanence is if something bad happens, then, for example, in the morning, something bad happened, and you think that your whole day will be bad. We have to cut that thinking. Something bad happens that morning, it's only that morning, and the whole day is going to be better. Now, another study is also saying that when we focus on the positive things that happens or on the positive things in our lives, then more and more of positivity will come. Again, the brain works through repetitive patterns because it now thinks this is important for her or him. Then that is the next thing that your brain will think. Pervasiveness. That if there's sickness in the family, or let's say a lot of challenges comes, that you are really down on your luck, and everybody's gonna be having the same bad things happening over and over again. So we have to cut short that kind of thinking. And we Filipinos have that inclination towards those things. For example, personalization, that maybe God is punishing me, or maybe this is my karma, etc., etc. So we have to take out all of these equations of permanence, pervasiveness, and personalization. Because remember, it is only, there are times, yes, when we are challenged, but as they say, tough times never last, but tough people do. We have to get out of that constant thinking of this is going to happen to me over and over again. Let's stop, especially when it comes to troubles or challenges that comes our way. Again, let us go of the three P's. It's going to be a permanent thing. It's going to be pervasive in the family, and it's something very personal. So we have to, again, from a mindset to a mind shift. Now, we have also been told that resilience means bouncing back. But another school of thought is also saying it's bounding forward, that it's not just bouncing back after a challenging time, but it's also bounding forward. However, we are not rubber bands that stretches under immense strain and snaps right back. We are human beings. So when we navigate back-to-back shift rotations in a clinical setting, run corporate teams, write research papers late into the night, and still try to remain emotionally present for our families and friends, you don't just bounce back and change, because every pressure reshapes us. So there is a fallacy of toughing it out. It's not suppressing stress or pretending everything is fine. That isn't resilience. That is endurance driven by depletion. So resilience in emotional intelligence is rooted in self-awareness and self-regulation. It is the ability to recognize when your internal cup is running dry. So you have to acknowledge emotional fatigue without judgment, and to make conscious, values-based choices about where your energy goes. In emotional intelligence, we recognize that our emotions are data. When you feel overwhelmed, anxious, or exhausted, your body and mind are not failing you. They are giving you critical information They are telling you that the system in your life needs recalibration. I've experienced that a lot too in my life. I remember just this past 2 weeks, first week of July, the whole July, this month has been very activity driven from Cebu, and then another 5 days here in Manila for a program. And then I had to go to Bicol, and in between, of course, is family and church. And I thought maybe I should quit my volunteering in church. I was so fatigued. And you know what happened? You know, our bodies are very smart. And since it needed that rest, and it was already signaling me, you need rest, you need rest. And because I wasn't resting enough, what happened was my body succumbed to eating a lot. So I was eating, and I was amazed, like, how could I eat so much and still feel not full? And then I knew that I needed to rest. And so for 3 straight days, I was sleeping very early, like 7:30 p.m. And then I wake up at 7. I exercise. I do my usual routine, having my breakfast, my prayer time, my exercise, and then my diet or my appetite went back to its regular form, I would say. So we have to recognize, again, be conscious when we are emotionally fatigued, when our cups are running dry. And I do believe that through people, God is telling me to rest because people kept saying me to rest. And please listen. Listen to your bodies because they give signals to your emotions. Sometimes when you want to isolate, it's not really because you are depressed or that you don't want to mingle with people. Sometimes that means that there's inflammation inside your body because you need to distress or you need to rest. So again, please take note of those things. So systemic wellness is, so it's taking care of me first. So why don't you face a person if you are in the room and tell this person in front of you, this year I am taking care of me. And then tell that other person, tell the same person rather, this year you are taking care of you. So shifting from individual survival to environmental health, emotional self-awareness in action, and establishing boundaries without guilt. So systemic wellness forces us to treat mental health and well-being not as an isolated individual luxury, but as an institutional and foundational priority. We have to prioritize our wellness, right? So what does it look like in our daily practice? How does it look like? So tap the person to your left and say, how does it look like, right? Hey, well, first of all is honoring the human equation. Well, you see a number. It's the number 10. What does that mean to you? Right? The number 10. Well, sometimes in our goal setting, as in our careers, in our family life, in our as students of the graduate school, we try to be a 10. We try to be perfect. We try to reach our goals, aiming for it higher and higher. But sometimes it just doesn't work, doesn't it? We wear a lot of hats, right? We wear a lot of hats. We're parents, we're spouses, we are sons, we are daughters, we are friends, we are employees, we are business owners, we are career men, career women, and we are students as well. And sometimes it just doesn't look like that. It doesn't, it's not a 10 all the time. And it is hard to attain it, isn't it? But again, if we remember the video of kindness, sometimes we just don't know how to act. We have to be kind to ourselves. Be kinder. To know that we need rest too. We need to pause because our internal are being depleted. So we have external resources, support, family, rest, education, shifting from individual survival to environmental health. So mental wellness is not just bubble baths, self-care Sundays, or personal coping strategies while working in toxic or unsustainable structures. It requires creating personal and professional boundaries that honor human capacity. Let's make it normal that sometimes we have to normalize that. So again, shifting from individual survival to environmental health. We have to help each other. We have to carry each other's burdens. Number two, emotional self-awareness in action. How often do you check in with yourself? Not to ask, what else do I need to get done today? But how am I feeling right now? And what do I need to sustain myself through this day? I do those check-ins in the morning before I sleep to make sure I get what I need so I can give to my work, to my profession, to my family, to do whatever activities that I got myself into or would want to do. Number three, establishing boundaries without guilt. Boundaries are not walls to keep people out. They are bridges that keep you intact. Setting a boundary on your time, for example, your availability or your workload is an act of stewardship over your energy so you can continue to serve and lead effectively. So the daily routines that you do into your life, that you weave into your life are very much important. Again, be kinder to yourself. My mind shift is yes, I'm a parent, I'm a friend, I'm a facilitator, I'm a business owner, I am a church volunteer. And sometimes when I look at those 5 roles, I do not get a 10. I get a 2. I'm a 2 as a mother out of 10. I'm a 2 out of 10 as a friend. I'm a 2 as a facilitator out of 10. I'm a 2 in church as a volunteer out of 10. And I am a 2 as a sister out of 10. But when I add it all up, guess what? It still amounts to 10. It's all right. We still did well because we truly tried after all. So I'd like you to share this gift of affirmation to yourself. And if there's someone beside you, to the person beside you. But most of all, this gift of being present, this gift of connection, this gift of pausing, listening to our bodies, being aware, checking in, establishing boundaries without guilt, the mindset shift. Kindness starts with oneself. That's how we should start our day. And guess what? That kindness that will start with oneself will emanate outward so that others can also receive that gift of you, that gift of kindness. So again, be intentional about your resiliency, about your needs. And remember, balance is not a schedule. It is by design. Be intentional. So I will end with this quote or statement. Please fall in love with your life. Wake up early, buy your favorite coffee, go for walks, eat good food, wear what makes you feel confident, and listen to your favorite music. Purposefully create these small moments that makes you fall in love with your life over and over and over again. And that's what makes us resilient, better people for ourselves so that we can be the best person for others. Thank you for this opportunity. And again, fall in love. So talk to the person to your left and say, fall in love. And then tap the person to your right and say, fall in love with your life. Sawubona, we see you. I see you and me. I accept you and me. You are wonderful. So am I. Thank you. Thank God. To God be the glory. Thank you for this opportunity to share with all of you, even in a short time, on kindness and resiliency and about falling in love with your life.
Thank you once again, Ms. Ruby Manyala. So at this point, it is our pleasure to invite to the stage a leader whose dedication to serving both the public health sector and the graduate student community continues to inspire excellence and meaningful engagement.
Please join us in welcoming the chairperson of the Graduate Studies Student Council, Ms. Mika Regalado Frilles, as she delivers her address. Let's give her a big round of applause. Thank you.
I think it's good afternoon na po ba? Yes, oo. Mag-extend lang tayo ng konting time. But I remember the word is suwabona. Suwabona. So remember always love yourself. And then, I can relate po kasi I have the 10. Pero yung 10, baka 20, may times sa 20. So 5, 5, 5 po ako lahat. So total of 20. So be kind to yourself. So thank you for that introduction and good afternoon ulit po sa atin lahat. And I would like to extend the appreciation to the management and also to our esteemed faculty and administrative leaders, my fellow graduate students. It is absolute honor to be before you today to discuss our theme, Interdisciplinary Innovation, Integrating Digital Governance, Health, and Education. Before I go further, I must pause to recognize the heartbeat behind today's gathering, the GSSC board members. We have Ms. Risa, we have Ms. Joanne Banok, and then Miss Dana, and then also our director, Dr. Emmy Sornosa. Super supportive po siya for us. And then also guiding us. Please join me to acknowledging them. Then their unwavering dedication, tireless effort, and genuine compassion for our student body have made this assemble a reality. They have spent the countless hours balancing their own demanding careers, families, and academic loads to ensure that today's success. I can relate, I'm a mother also, and then a public servant, and then this school gathering po natin activity. To the board, thank you for the service and your heart. We serve as with purpose po sa atin lahat dito for the graduates, students po natin. Looking around this hall, I see an incredibly dynamic community. We are currently a force of 1,679 active graduate students. Nung tinanggap ko po itong position, I thought it's only a 500. But then, I was surprised talaga na 1,607, and it's continuing na marami pa pong nag-enroll po dito sa atin and then be a part of the PWU University po natin. But we are not just a student, we are mainly highly skilled professionals and dedicated educators, driven corporate practitioners. We are the individuals manning the front line of respective industries, managing facility operations, and delivering critical services po. When the Graduate Study Student Council conducted our recent Graduate School Needs Assessment Survey, we wanted to listen to what actually needed to succeed. The results revealed a very clear institutional mandate. You told us overwhelmingly that you are actively seeking to bridge the divide between the theoretical academic rigor and the professional realities to face every single day in the clinical and administrative sector. To identify a significant pressing demand for this structured research mentorship and practical guidance on translating the empirical evidence into sustainable policy. That is what today has been all about. We tailor this entire program to directly support your academic and professional goals. Earlier this morning, we have Dr. Daniel Dasig provided the essential reminders on the research writing and publication. We also have the Dr. Paul Ernest Endilion that gave us a masterclass on navigating the research agenda for the public health impact. And then, because the leadership requires a foundation of personal well-being, Ms. Ruby Manyala grounded with us the entire seminar or the keynote speaker on the professional resiliency. The GSSC commitment to you for the academic year 2026 to 2027 is to ensure this momentum does not stop today. To achieve this, we have laid out our distinct plans for both the council and our student body. For the GSSC Council, our plan for this year is to strengthen our internal capacity as a servant leaders. We will be engaging in targeted governance and leadership development to ensure we are representing you transparently, efficiently, and proactively. We are committing to optimizing our own digital operations so that we can serve you faster and better. We'll be doing a Google Chat. We will activate the Google Chat for this para mas madali po kaming ma-reach out for this. And for you, our graduate students, our plans are directly aligned with your survey feedback. We are doing a series of targeted research mentorship circles designed to connect with a faculty expert who understand our specific industry challenges. Furthermore, we are initiating a policy drafting workshop. We want to equip you with the practical skills to translate our academic findings and actionable institutional protocols and digital governance solutions. Finally, we are facilitating a cross-disciplinary networking, leadership development, and collaborative research platforms. We want to foster an environment where educators, healthcare providers, and corporate leaders to innovate together, learning from each other's unique challenges. We want to ensure that the time you spend here empowers you to lead with confidence in your careers, driving innovations that make your healthcare system safer, our educational institutions stronger, and our governance more efficient. You are already leaders in your fields, and the goal of this graduate journey is to simply sharpen the tools you use to lead. Thank you for all your time and continuous support and your dedication to excellence. Let us make this academic year one of the profound transformation. And thank you and for the wonderful afternoon po.
Thank you once again, Chair Mika, for that address. At this point, it is our pleasure to invite to the stage a leader whose dedication. We now hear from a leader who represents the collective voice and aspirations of the graduate study students.
So it is our honor to invite once again Dr. Emerita Sornosa to deliver her closing remarks.
Let's all give a warm round of applause to Dr. Sornosa.
Hindi ko nahahabaan ng closing remarks. It's supposed to be 6 minutes, but gagawin ko na lang 1 minute kasi alam ko gutom na kayo kasama ako. Okay, thank you very much for everyone, all participants, academic administrators, our non-technical teams, our technical teams, and all of you graduate students. I am congratulating you for completing the whole assembly. I know you were able to get more information and everything. And we will provide all your materials in the Google Sites. We are about to develop the PW Graduate Studies Google Sites so that all this information will be available and be very helpful to you. Congratulations, mabuhay ang Graduate Studies and PWU.
Thank you once again, Dr. Sornosa. Maraming salamat, and now that we have come to a close, come to an end of our program, we'd like to extend our gratitude to the PWU community, to our dedicated school administrators, program deans, and faculty members. Thank you for your unwavering support, your guidance and steadfast commitment to academic excellence, and your leadership indeed played a vital role in the success of this event. And for that, we are truly grateful.
To our hardworking non-teaching staff, your efforts behind the scenes ensured everything ran smoothly. We truly appreciate your engagement in this. To our fellow graduate students, thank you for your active participation and for showing up today with such energy and enthusiasm.
Palakpakan po natin ang ating mga sarili for finishing this General Assembly. And as we bring this gathering to a close, we invite everyone to please all rise and join us as we sing the PWU hymn and followed by a commemorative photo session.
So
once again, thank
you very much, and mabuhay our Philippine Women's University community.
Once again, maraming salamat po. And for the photo session po, may I please invite everyone to be here sa gitna po, in front. to have our photo session. Thank you, and maraming salamat once again for attending the General Assembly 2026.